Just if I was to, you know, reset and try again, and if I was to keep resetting and keep retrying, then I would have to learn it eventually. You know, I will ensure that I will learn Ultimate Poop Bomb with Sukamon before he digivolves to the ultimate Digimon who will be needed for tournaments starting from tomorrow. The version 4 tournament tomorrow, and then the winged tournament the day after. Plus at least one other tournament that I'm able to think of. I am aware that I haven't yet competed in the Filth tournament, and I've said about Digivolving from Sukamon to a different Digimon by the latest of tomorrow, and that would mean not competing in the Filth tournament beforehand, but I'm not worried about that, because we are going to be getting Sukamon as our partner Digimon more times throughout this challenge, and there will be other opportunities to compete in the Filth tournament. He was late with using Ultimate Poop Bomb. He did eventually use it, better late than never, but we didn't learn it, so we were unsuccessful in that department. Yeah, when I digivolved from Metal Greymon to Sukamon, I knew about the version 4 tournament and the winged tournament. I knew roughly how long I would have Sukamon as my Digimon for, and the priority was to learn the filth techniques, and we are almost there with that. The filth tournament is to wait for a different time where I will have Sukamon as my Digimon. So, you know, we're going to be seeing Sukamon plenty more times in this challenge. It's now 10 AM, which means that the tournament that we've registered for today, we will have to compete in that tournament with Sukamon as our Digimon, because if we were to Digivolve, then we would get disqualified for it. And that means that Digivolving from Sukamon to the next Ultimate is going to have to wait until at least after the tournament today. For that though, I want to be learning Ultimate Poop Bomb. Again, I got my hopes built up by some text, and again the text was presenting me with news which was pretty underwhelming. If I had learnt Ultimate Poop Bomb while it was still early enough to register for the tournament today, then I could have digivolved to an ultimate, digivolved to the ultimate, and then gone to the arena and registered for the tournament. I've been able to compete in the tournament with that ultimate, but it's too late for that now. We have to stick with Sukamon in order to compete in that tournament. And I want to learn Ultimate Poop Bomb first before the tournament. Sukamon was late with using Ultimate Poop Bomb. Ah, we've learned it. He was late with using it, but he did use it, and we have now learned it. And I pause here for a bit. We now have every filth technique. We've completed the filth techniques along with the machine techniques and the battle techniques. The Sukamon's Nature Tournament, the Filth Tournament, will have to wait for a different occasion. Sukamon's Version Tournament, the Version 3 Tournament, we've won that. And I don't think Sukamon is eligible for any of the special tournaments. And when we do Digivolve from Sukamon to the next Ultimate, I've already told you that the version tournament for that Digimon is going to be the version 4 tournament, one we haven't yet won. And they also qualify for the Wing tournament, a tournament we haven't yet won. And their Nature Tournament is also a tournament that we haven't yet won. That means, off the top of my head, there's at least 3 new tournaments that we will be able to win when we have the next Ultimate Digimon. I will also have the job of learning techniques with the next Digimon, but I already have one technique learnt that the Digimon will be able to use, which is a very good technique, and that means that we're not going to have to rely on learning certain techniques before being able to compete in tournaments with a good technique, because I'll have a good technique straight away. there's a very good technique we've already learned, which our next Digimon will be able to use, and you know, we should breeze through any tournament with this technique, meaning that although we need to learn techniques in order to get closer to the medal for learning every technique, we're not going to be dependent on learning certain techniques before we would have a good shout at, you know, winning tournaments. Our stats are going to be halved, which will mean having about 5,000 HP and MP and about 500 attack, defense, speed and brains. But those stats, plus the technique that we will have, means that, you know, I'm confident that the tournaments are not going to cause us trouble. Okay, for the time being, I think that's going to be the last tournament that we are going to be winning with Sukamon. At some stage in the future, there's going to be the Filth tournament, but we've got every Filth technique available to us when we compete in that tournament. And well, I don't know what our stats will be, but I'm guessing stats will at least be 5,000 HP and MP, 500 attack, defense, speed and brains. Tomorrow is the day of the version 4 tournament. The day after is the day of the Winged tournament. We will want to register for both of those tournaments. We won't be eligible for the Cool tournament or the version 0 tournament. When we wake up, it will be the day of the version 4 tournament, and I think now is the time to move on to our next Digimon. Next Digimon is going to be Piximon. Piximon will immediately be able to use Bug. We learned that from the Carbolterimon in Beetleland when we had a previous Digimon as our partner Digimon. Insect Plague, we will learn that naturally when Insect Plague will come naturally with Piximon. That and Bug will be 2 of the Earth techniques already learnt, leaving us with 6 more Earth techniques to learn. Oh wait, what am I talking about? When I was talking about stats, I said about our stats being halved, But no, stats halve when you digivolve to Sukamon, not when you digivolve from Sukamon. So ignore what I was saying about our stats being halved when having Piximon. That's not going to be the case at all. Our stats are at the maximum. Our stats went down when we digivolved to Sukamon, but then we maxed out our stats as Sukamon, and digivolving to Piximon, hasn't affected our stats at all. So, sorry about that. I'm not sure what I was thinking there. Stats are at the maximum, and we've already got Bug and Insect Plague. We learned Bug from the Carbalterimon in Beetleland. Insect Plague came naturally with Piximon. That leaves us needing to learn the 6 other Earth techniques. And as you know, the version 4 tournament is the version tournament that Piximon can compete in. We've registered for it already. Piximon is eligible for the Winged tournament, one of the special tournaments, and the Nature tournament that Piximon will be able to compete in is the Earth tournament, which we haven't yet won. That will mean being able to add the Earth tournament, the version 4 tournament, and the Winged tournament to the list of tournaments. Those are 3 tournaments that we haven't yet won, which we will win if we succeed with them, and then we will add those 3 tournaments to the list of tournaments that we are done with. But as well as competing in those tournaments, version 4, Winged and Nature, we do also need to be learning the Earth techniques. And the Beetleland strikes me as an excellent choice of place to... The Beetleland strikes me as an excellent choice of destination, because the Digimon here use numerous different Earth techniques. Danger Sting, that's one. Moss Shield, that's another. Bug, we've already got. Poison Powder, there's another. Charm Perfume, there's another. And in a battle like this, the use of a protective floppy is an absolute must. The Bit Bomb sometimes changes its mind of which Digimon it goes for. If we didn't already have Bug, then there would have been the option of learning it here. Okay, no technique learned, but you know, there are several techniques that we can learn here, and I would think that we have, you know, at the moment, a good chance of learning at least one or two of them as we make it through the list and have less techniques that can be learned from this battle. Then I imagine we will learn, you know, our frequency of learning techniques and the likelihood of learning techniques would probably be hindered, but there are several that we can learn in total. And we can cross poison powder off the list. As well as having bug and insect plague, we now have poison powder. That's 3 of the earth techniques. We can also learn danger sting here. We can learn moss shield here. We can learn charm perfume here. What does that leave? It leaves green trap and poison claw. Ah, we've learned Charm Perfume as well. That means that we are now continuing for Danger Sting and Moss Shield. And judging by that last battle, it looks like the Insect Plague also could have been learnt here if we didn't already have it. Same with Bug. Can we make it 3 from 3? Ah, we can! We've learned Danger Sting as well. Well, this is going very well. You know, had Bug, before we digivolved to Piximon, had Insect Plague straight after digivolving to Piximon, and since then we've learned Poison Powder, Charm Perfume and Danger Sting. We are continuing with Beetleland for the sake of learning Moss Shield. Can we get lucky again? No. Well, we were due to be less fortunate, weren't we, after learning 3 techniques in a row. But if we can learn Moss Shield here, then we will be left with Poison... well, we will be left needing to learn Poison Claw and Green Trap. I believe that Green Trap can be learned from the Weedmon at the Great Canyon, and possibly Poison Claw as well. Failing that, there are plenty of Digimon in the native forest who use Poison Claw, and we would be able to learn Poison Claw from them. Okay, I didn't learn anything that time either. I have a feeling that Moss Shield can also be learnt against the Weedmon at the Great Canyon, but there's no harm in continuing here at Beetleland for Moss Shield. I don't think it's going to make a tremendous difference whether we learn Moss Shield here or at the Great Canyon, but I know that I can definitely learn Moss Shield here because I've seen the Digimon use it. Well, the Digimon are being generous with the items, but my luck with learning Moss Shield doesn't seem to be sky high at the moment. Oh yeah, and it's no longer the night period, it's now the day period, but the Digimon and the techniques I think are pretty much the same regardless. You can see Moss Shield is still being used. Well, it's nice that the Digimon are considerate enough to be leaving these items for us, but I would much rather be learning Moss Shield. You know, I'd much rather be getting lucky with techniques rather than be getting lucky with items. Yeah, during the night time, I think it was 1 Tentamon and 2 Dakunamons. Now it's the other way around. 2 Tentamons, 1 Dakunamon. The techniques seem to be the same, nonetheless. Virtually the same Digimon. now please learn Moss Shield? Ah, we can. Well, we've got the version 4 tournament coming up. We're perfectly equipped for that. New tournament, here I come. I took out Confusion Storm because I was confident that Bug would be plenty good enough for this tournament. Looks like I'm not the only ultimate in this competition. There's also Megadramon and Digitamamon. Not that I'm threatened by those Digimon. And even if this was the S tournament, then I don't think those Digimon would have much chance of causing me trouble. I've got, Piximon's my Digimon with maximum stats, and most Earth techniques, including Bug, which in my opinion is one of the best techniques in the game. I probably consider Ice Statue to be the best technique in the game, but other elite techniques, I would say, includes Bug, Thunderbolt, Megalospark. You know, I'd say that they are like among the best techniques, but in my opinion, Ice Statue is the best overall. Machinedramon could have that. I think that the worst technique in the game would have to be Counter. Just it. You know, you can't, like, attack with it. You know, for you to be able to use Counter, you need the opposing Digimon to use a certain technique against you, and then if they do, then, you know, you might, you know, use Counter against it. But, you know, most techniques you can't use Counter against. Yeah, there are only selected techniques that Counter works against. You need one of those techniques to be used against you first, and then if it does, then maybe you might use Counter. You know, you might stop the technique and hit them with Counter, but you know, if they don't use a technique that Counter can work against, then you've got no chance of attacking. And even if you are getting hit with a technique that Counter could work against, there's no guarantee that you're going to do Counter. Oh yeah, and I'm back in a position where I want my Digimon to be messing on the floor. Well, I mean, just before I slept, the Virus Gorge was empty, I think, but Piximon messed on the floor while sleeping, which would have filled it up by a tiny bit. But I want to be messing on the floor because at some point I'm going to be needing Sukamon again, because you know, there are still other Ultimate Digimon who I'm going to need to be using, other Ultimate Digimon who I'm going to need to be Digivolving to, and I will need to Digivolve from Piximon to Sukamon so that I can then give Sukamon the appropriate Digivolution item to make him Digivolve to the next Ultimate that I need. And Digivolve into Sukamon is going to require filling up the Virus Gorge. I've come here to try and learn Green Trap and Poison Claw from these Weedmon. They do use both of those techniques, as well as one or two other techniques. Oh, green trap. Got it on our first try. I gotta be honest, I was expecting to learn Poison Claw before Green Trap. I think Poison Claw is the easiest Earth technique to learn, and I think Green Trap is the second hardest after Bug. So I really wasn't expecting to learn Green Trap before Poison Claw. Not that I'm complaining, because I most certainly am not. Didn't learn anything that time, but you would hope that learning Poison Claw won't take too many tries. We've got Earth as our first nature, and I'm pretty sure that Poison Claw is one of the easiest Earth techniques to learn, if not the easiest. It comes free with most Earth Digimon, but that wasn't the case with Piximon. Insect Plague was the technique that came free with him. Poison Claw learned. We are now done with the Earth techniques. All 8 Earth techniques learned. Yeah, we can add Earth techniques to the list of completed techniques, completed natures. We've learned all of the Earth techniques along with all of the battle techniques, all of the machine techniques, and all of the filth techniques. That leaves us still needing to master the fire techniques, the ice techniques, and the air techniques. Speaking of air, there are some air techniques that Piximon is able to learn and use. I know that Piximon doesn't have air as their first nature, but I'm pretty confident that all of the air techniques that Piximon is able to use, he is also able to learn. And I've come to the Great Canyon because I'm hoping that those Dragonfly Digimon will be available for battle. And it doesn't look like they are. Okay, they must be daytime Digimon. Just those Dragonfly Digimon who you can encounter at the Great Canyon, they use Spinning Shot and Hurricane. possibly other techniques as well, but the ones I'm focused on are Spinning Shot and Hurricane. I believe that those are two techniques that Piximon is able to use and also able to learn. I know that Piximon doesn't have air as his first nature, and we would have, you know, statistical better chances of learning air techniques with a Digimon who has air as their first nature. And there is an ultimate Digimon who I am planning on having in this challenge, who does have air as their first nature and can learn all of the air techniques, and we would have a better chance of learning the air techniques with that Digimon instead of Piximon, because that Digimon has air as their first nature, but with Piximon, air is either their second nature or third nature. But I am pretty confident that Piximon can learn all of the air techniques that he's able to use, and seeing as we've got some spare time on our hands, I thought that we could at least try to learn the air techniques that Piximon is able to use, starting with Spinning Shot and Hurricane, which I'm going to try to use from battling the Dragonfly Digimon here at the Great Canyon. Here they are. If we battle two at once, then we've got, you know, a better chance of the techniques getting used, and a better chance of the techniques getting used more quickly. Both techniques got used very early on. Nothing learned, but all we have to do is leave and re-enter, and we can keep trying. Right, Bug is going to kill them in one. I don't want to kill them too quickly, because I want to give them chance to use Spinning Shot and Hurricane. Charm Perfume would surely take at least 2 or 3 to defeat them. And also it's a technique which hits multiple targets, which is ideal because we are against 2 Digimon at once. I don't really want them to be defeating each other. Now I've got to wait for just one to use Hurricane. Spinning Shot's already been used. Takes just 2 charm perfumes to defeat them. Nothing learned again. Yeah, I don't really want them defeating each other by, you know, hitting one another with their attacks. That's not really going to be helpful for me, because I want them to use Spinning Shot and Hurricane before they get defeated. And it's going to be difficult if they're getting defeated early on by, yeah, as a result of hitting each other with their attacks. Well, at least he survived. At least he survived. Well, at least both techniques have been used already. Again, nothing learned though. So, when it comes to natures, I know if a Digimon has just one nature, then that one nature is their first nature, like with Sukamon only having Filth as a nature, and that is their first nature, Filth is their first nature. Then when they have 3 natures, you know, one of them is their first nature, well, the first one is their first nature, the second one is their second nature, and the third one is their third nature. You know, that I understand. Like Metal Greymon, I think Machine was his first nature, and then Fire was his second nature, and Battle was his third nature. What I'm less sure about is when a Digimon has 2 natures, like with Piximon, who's got Earth as his primary nature, and then he's also got Air as a nature, and he has just 2 natures. But then I don't know if Piximon's secondary nature is classed as his second nature, or his third nature, and you know that's causing me a bit of like confusion when a Digimon has 2 natures. Yeah, that's what's like causing me confusion. When a Digimon has 2 natures, I don't know if their secondary nature is classed as their second nature or their third nature. I mean, it's obvious that their primary nature is their first nature. It's just the secondary nature that I'm not sure about. It's easy when a Digimon has 1 nature or 3 natures, but yeah, when a Digimon has 2 natures, that's what I'm less sure about. when a Digimon has three natures, they are displayed in an order where their first nature is shown first, and then their second nature is shown second, and their third nature is shown third. And then when a Digimon has two natures, their primary nature is shown first, their secondary nature is shown second. There's the question of, is their secondary nature classed as a second nature or a third nature? That I don't know. When a Digimon has one nature, they've only got a first nature. Spinning shot learned. Yeah, there's no complications when a Digimon has just one nature. They've only got one nature, and it's their primary nature. They don't have a second nature or a third nature. But if I'm right about Piximon being able to learn Hurricane, then that makes me think that Air is surely his second nature and not his third nature, because I don't think a Digimon can learn Hurricane if Air is their third nature, and that's even if they're capable of using Hurricane. Even if they're capable of using Hurricane, I don't think they can learn it if Air is their third nature. I think Air has to be either their first nature or their second nature. Now, we know that Air isn't Piximon's first nature, because Earth is his first nature. And we know that Piximon has Air as like a secondary nature. And if he can learn Hurricane, then I'm thinking that Air can't be his third nature and can only be his second nature. Hurricane learned as well. We learned static electric, electric cloud, and megalospark when we had Muncymon and Confusion Storm as well. And we've just learned Spinning Shot and Hurricane with Piximon. I think that accounts for 6 of the 8 air techniques, leaving Wind Cutter and Thunderbolt. That looks about right, judging by the air techniques there. Wind Cutter is a air technique that Piximon can learn, but not Thunderbolt. That means that we can't go the whole way with air techniques, not with Piximon, because he can't learn or use Thunderbolt, but he can learn Wind Cutter, and if we were to learn Wind Cutter, then that would be 7 of the 8 air techniques, leaving just Thunderbolt. And I think Thunderbolt is a technique that can only be learned if your Digimon has air as their first or second nature. I don't think Thunderbolt can be learned by a Digimon who has air as their third nature. And that's even if the Digimon is capable of using Thunderbolt. Because I think there are some cases where a Digimon isn't capable of learning a technique, even though they are capable of using it. There are a handful of scenarios where Digimon can use a certain technique but can't actually learn the technique, despite the fact that they can use it. And you would have to learn the technique with an alternative Digimon who can learn the technique. There's 7 natures that each have 8 techniques, and out of those 7 natures, I think they all have 2 techniques that can't be learned with a Digimon who has the nature as their third nature. there are 7 types, each having 8 techniques, and out of the 8 techniques for each type, there are 2, I think there are 2 techniques which cannot be learned by a Digimon if the Digimon has that type as their 3rd nature. If a Digimon has a type as their 1st or 2nd nature, then I think that, you know, they can learn any technique that they are able to use. But it's when they've got the type as their 3rd nature, I think that, you know, for every type out of the 8 techniques, there's 2 that can't be learned if you've got the type as your 3rd nature. With fire, I think it's Infinity Burn and Meltdown. With battle, I think it's Buster Dive and one other, possibly Megaton Punch. With air, I think it's Thunderbolt and Hurricane. With earth, I think it's Bug and Green Trap. With filth, I think it's Ultimate Poop Bomb and Big Random Poop Throw. With machine, I think it's DG Dimension and or Range Beam. And ice, I think it's Ice Statue and another technique, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, something like Aurora Freeze or something. It's like a bit stronger than Ice Statue, but hits multiple targets. Yeah, those 14 techniques that I just listed, 2 from each type, I don't think any of those techniques can be learned by a Digimon who has the type as their 3rd nature, and that's even if they are capable of using the technique. Like Etamon, who has filth as his 3rd nature, I don't think he would be able to learn Ultimate Poop Bomb, even though he can use it. There's like Metal Greymon, who has Battle as his 3rd nature. I don't think he would be able to learn Buster Dive, even though he can use it. Since having Pixiemon, we have completed the list of earth techniques, as well as learning spinning shot and hurricane. We have won the version 4 tournament and the winged tournament. I think that puts us 3/5 of the way there with the version tournaments, winning the version 1 tournament, version 3 tournament and version 4 tournament. And I think it puts us 3/4 of the way with the special tournaments, winning the Dino tournament, the Animal tournament and the Winged tournament. I think that only leaves the Humanoid tournament from the special tournaments. And then the version 2 tournament and the version 0 tournament from the version tournaments. If you're wondering what I'm doing here, I've come to Gear Savannah to try and learn Windcutter, the only other air technique that we will be able to learn with Piximon. These Kokatorimon lookalikes use Windcutter as well as other techniques. There's Windcutter. We didn't learn it that time, but at least we know that we are fighting against Digimon who do at least use the technique. With the tournaments, we are not yet done with Piximon because we haven't yet won the Earth tournament, and that is a tournament we will need to win while we have Piximon as our Digimon. I am continuing to enter a tournament each day, you know, for the sake of the the championship wins. We need to get to 100 championship wins, and we also need to be competing in the tournaments that we haven't yet won, and the only other tournament that I can think of which we can enter with Piximon, which we haven't yet won, is the Earth tournament, the nature tournament that Piximon can enter. We've entered and won the version tournament that Piximon is eligible for. We've entered and won the special tournament that he's eligible for. I don't think he's eligible for any other special tournament, but we haven't yet entered or won the nature tournament that he's eligible for, and I'll just have to just compete in grade tournaments for the wins until the Earth tournament shows up. But yeah, until we compete in the nature tournament, we are going to need to keep Piximon for the time being, and just enter a grade tournament each day, preferably the D tournament, because we're going to get an extra championship win for each tournament that we win. we needed Piximon for, the Earth techniques. We don't need Piximon for the air techniques, but I'm choosing to pursue the air techniques regardless. And I've already explained about the tournaments. Yeah, well, even though I think that Wind Cutter is one of the easier air techniques to learn, we are having trouble with it, it would seem. I think Static Electric is the easiest air technique to learn. I think that's followed by Electric Cloud, and then Wind Cutter. But we haven't had any joy with learning Wind Cutter so far. Ah, we've learned Wind Cutter. That means that Thunderbolt is the only other air technique. Now, like I said, I do plan on using a Digimon who has air as their first nature and is capable of learning Thunderbolt, which would complete the list of air techniques. But then we also have to think about how we are going to learn Thunderbolt. If we were to learn it from battles, then we would need to have access to fighting against Digimon who use Thunderbolt. There's the Soulmons in Greylord's Mansion, but the Digimon who I plan to have, the Air Digimon who I plan to have, I don't think can enter Greylord's Mansion. There is another Digimon who I plan to use at some point who can enter Greylord's mansion and can learn Thunderbolt, and they have air as their second nature, which means that it would be a bit harder for them to learn Thunderbolt, but they would still be able to learn it, and it would be easier for them to cross paths with Digimon who are going to use Thunderbolt in battle. And there is Machinedramon at the back dimension who uses Thunderbolt. And there's the option of learning it against him, but I would need the timing of the back dimension to work well with my timing of having the air Digimon. There's also the... with trying to learn Thunderbolt against Machinedramon, I would also probably want to go to the back dimension when my Digimon wants to sleep, and that way I can sleep and save just before entering the final area where I would encounter Machinedramon, because if I'm unsuccessful with learning Thunderbolt, then it should be easy enough to reload and then try again by battling Machinedramon again. But there is the downside of the fact that you know, it would be one of the harder battles, because it would be against Machinedramon at the back dimension. If I end up needing to repeatedly defeat Machinedramon over and over again because I have lots of unsuccessful tries of learning Thunderbolt, then that could prove to be a bit of a pain. There is also the option of trying to learn Thunderbolt from brain training, and another thing to consider is the fact that Sukamon can enter Greylord's mansion, and the air Digimon who I plan to use is an ultimate Digimon who we would be getting via the use of a Digivolution item. We don't have the Digivolution item yet, but I do have plans on how to get the Digivolution item. And if we were to enter Greylord's mansion with Sukamon, and then when we're inside of Greylord's mansion, give Sukamon the Digivolution item to make him digivolve to the air Digimon, and then we would be inside of Greylord's mansion with the air Digimon, even though you're not meant to be able to get inside of Greylord's mansion with that Digimon. Yeah, we wouldn't be able to enter Greylord's mansion while we have the Digimon, as our partner Digimon, but there is the loophole of entering with Sukamon and then Digivolving to the Air Digimon while we're already inside of Greylord's Mansion, and then trying to learn Thunderbolt from battling the Soulmons. Our Digi-Seabasses have fallen to being about half full. If you think of having 99 Digi-Seabasses as being full, think of 99 Digi-Seabasses as the equivalent of our Digi-Seabasses being full, then our number of Digi-Seabasses have fallen by about half. They have fallen to they have fallen to about halfway. Our number of Digi-Seabasses are about half empty, and that's why I've come to the Dragon Eye Lake to do more fishing. I am using meat to catch the appropriate number of black trouts. I will then sleep and save, and then the black trouts will be used to catch Digi-Seabasses, and our number of Digi-Seabasses will be put back up to 99, and then we will be able to carry on from there. When it comes to the crunch, I'll have to decide, what method I want to take with learning Thunderbolt, how I wish to go about it. There are, several different options that I listed not long ago. We have 50 Digi-Seabasses and 50 black trouts, which combined would come to 100. One too many for our infantry. The most that can be stored is 99, but when we wake up, we will need to give a Digi-Seabass to Piximon in order to keep him alive. That would reduce our number of Digi-Seabasses to 49, and then catching 50 Digi-Seabasses with 50 black trouts would put us up to 99 Digi-Seabasses. I haven't yet given a Digi-Seabass to Piximon, not since waking up. I will need to give one to him, firstly to keep him alive, and secondly to enable us to have the infantry space, because we're due to end up with one too many Digi-Seabasses. Okay, I am now giving a Digi-Seabass to Piximon, and we're down to our final black trout, needed to catch our final Digi-Seabass. There is our final Digi-Seabass. We no longer have any black trouts in our inventory. The only fish we've got in our inventory now is Digi-Seabass, and we are up to 99. And for a while we won't need to worry about keeping, well, we won't need to worry about having enough Digi-Seabasses for keeping our Digimon alive, because we've just gone back to the maximum number of possible Digi-Seabasses. When we get back down to about 50 or so, that's when I will need to think about making a return to the Dragon Eye Lake and getting back up to 99 Digi-Seabasses. I don't believe there are any more techniques that we can learn with Piximon. We've got all 8 Earth techniques, and we've got 7 out of 8 air techniques. The only air technique that we are missing is an air technique that Piximon can't learn or use. I don't think that there are any other techniques that can be learned with Piximon. I don't think that there are any other techniques which we haven't yet learned, which can be learned with Piximon. We do still need Piximon for the Earth tournament. Piximon's usefulness is not over as far as the tournaments are concerned. I don't know when the Earth tournament will be, but I'm checking the schedule every day, entering tournaments every day. When the Earth tournament becomes available, I will be sure to compete in it, and I think that will be the moment in which Piximon will no longer be needed. Because if we win the Earth tournament, then I think that we would have, by then, we would have already won all of the tournaments that Piximon is eligible for, and already learnt all of the techniques that Piximon can learn. In the meantime, I am going to continue to enter the lowest ranked grade tournament every day, because we need the championship wins. From the looks of things, we're probably going to be competing in quite a lot of grade tournaments before the Earth tournament does become available. Because when I last saw the schedule, I don't recall the Earth tournament being anywhere in sight. But it's all championship wins, it all adds up. It's also going to take time before we can Digivolve to Sukamon and then move on to our next Digimon, because it's going to take time to fill up the Virus Gorge. And, you know, that's time that can be passed by while competing in these tournaments, waiting for the Earth tournament to show up. If there are no more techniques to be learning with Piximon, then, you know, the main focus for the time being is going to be on tournaments. The main focus is going to be on winning tournaments with Piximon. You know, keeping Piximon until we win the Earth tournament. And I will continue to rest at the clinic as a fast way of passing time. I will continue to have Piximon mess on the floor in the interest of filling up the virus gorge. I will continue to collect sirloins from Digimon. I will continue to feed Piximon when he wants to eat, let him sleep when he wants to sleep, and I will continue to give him Digi-Seabasses in order to keep him alive. We have been dependent on Digi-Seabasses for quite some time now, and we are going to continue to be dependent on them. We are going to be dependent on them for the rest of this challenge. And the amount of time that we have so far spent being dependent on Digi-Seabasses is nothing compared to the duration of time in which, well, the duration of time in total in which we are going to be dependent on Digi-Seabasses for. You know, we've got you know, we're going to be continuing to fish, continuing to use Digi-Seabasses, and you know, there's an awful lot more of it to come, an awful lot more. You know, the amount of fishing that we've done so far, and the amount of days in which we have been dependent on Digi-Seabasses so far, is nothing compared to what the total is going to be. You know, the fishing that we've done so far is nothing compared to the fishing that we are going to end up doing. So don't think that the, you know, worst is out of the way, because we are nowhere near there. We are nowhere, you know, we are not far down the road, you know, not far down the road at all. Happiness and discipline is a problem, because we faded away sooner than I was expecting. That forced me to reload. When Piximon wanted to eat, I gave him a happy mushroom instead of a Digi-Seabass, you know, to boost our happiness. And I did some scolding first, and I then force-fed Piximon a Digi-Seabass that time I didn't want Piximon messing on the floor because of the problems with him fading away, problems with, you know, lifespan and happiness and discipline. Our last happy mushroom. I know we want to be filling up the virus gorge, but you know messing on the floor is impacting our happiness and discipline, and that's impacting our lifespan, which is a problem because we are, you know, fading away. It can cause us to fade away sooner than we're meant to. So I might have to, you know, ease up on the number of times in which Piximon is messing on the floor. Now, I know that will affect the virus gorge, but we don't necessarily need to rush with filling it up. We haven't won the Earth tournament yet, and there was no sign of it when we last checked the schedule, so, you know, it could be quite some time before the Earth tournament shows up, quite some time of having Piximon as our Digimon. If we sleep while our Digimon needs the toilet, then, you know, the Digimon will mess on the floor during its sleep. It will still fill up the virus gorge, but won't impact happiness and discipline. Of course, if we were to only mess on the floor when sleeping, then that would mean that we would only be filling up the virus gorge by 1/16 per day. we are already some of the way with the virus scourge. And to combat the issues with happiness and discipline, well, there's the option of items which could help with that. Such items includes like happy mushrooms, blue apples, ice mushrooms, chain melons. I don't think we've got any of that at the moment because well, we did have happy mushrooms, but they've all been used up. I did consider the S tournament because of the possibility of winning a fatal bone. You know, I considered registering for the S tournament and trying to win a fatal bone, but I decided against it and decided just to enter the D tournament, or register for the D tournament. I was saying about happiness and discipline, the other option is to praise my Digimon until happiness maxes out, and then trying to get my Digimon to decline items so that I can then present my Digimon with a justifiable scold, which would increase our discipline. I guess it's something that we could just play by ear. You know, just see how much of a problem it really is. I think the last back dimension was last year on day... Wait, hold on. When was the last back dimension? So I'm trying to work out when the back dimension would next be available. I think the last back dimension was last year, you know, year 1, day 30. And if it's every 20 days, like I think it is, then it seems that the next back dimension would be this year, year 2, on day 20. That means that no chain melon will be available until day 20. So if we were to try and use a chain melon as a way of sorting out our happiness and discipline, then that's not going to be an immediate option. I gotta defeat 2 Betamons in one tournament. Well, Betamon and a Digimon who closely resembles Betamon. Oh, let's have another look at the schedule, see if there's an Earth tournament in sight. No. Okay, well, we'll just have to continue by just making the most of what is available to us at the moment. Okay, well, we do have an did have an ice mushroom in the item bank, which is now in our inventory. Piximon wants to eat. If we were to praise Piximon and put our happiness up, at the same time we would put our our discipline down, but then we can give the ice mushroom to Piximon, which would satisfy his appetite and it would bring his discipline back up. I think our happiness is as full as it's going to get. And I think we can say the same about our discipline. Okay, well, let's put happiness and discipline both to the maximum. This is a good thing that we had a ice mushroom in the item bank, which I had forgotten about. After getting happiness and discipline to the maximum, they will go down promptly because I'm going to have to force feed my Digimon. I'm going to have to force feed Digi and Digi-Seabass to Piximon, and that immediately is going to put happiness and discipline back down. Not by much though. I don't think happiness and discipline is going to be an issue, at least for a little bit. I think that I'll just have to monitor my happiness and discipline and decide how many times I want to allow my Digimon to mess on the floor, whether I want to have it happen every time my Digimon needs the toilet, or whether I want to be a bit more selective than that. I think we're in a position where we have to force feed 2 Digi-Seabasses to Piximon after he wakes up, in order for us to then be able to make it up to the point in which we can enter, or make it up to the point in which I want to make it up to the point in which we enter the tournament, while then only feeding Digi-Seabasses to Piximon when he wants to eat. And then straight after the tournament we have to give him a Digi-Seabass, which is classed as force feeding him. And then straight afterwards he usually then wants to eat, and we tend to give him an alternative food item. Because if we feed Digi-Seabasses to him when Piximon wants to eat, this is prior to entering the tournament, then I think it works out that we have to force feed a Digi-Seabass to him twice in order to be able to make it up to the point in which we enter the tournament. And then just after the tournament we are force feeding him a 3rd Digi-Seabass. Here's to another D tournament. Another lousy D tournament, where we entertain a Patamon during the first round, and then either a Goborimon or a Gabumon in the second round, and then either an Alepmon or a Penguinmon in the final. I hope you were able to stand the excitement of that tournament. I know I certainly had a hard time containing the excitement. I think I just about managed to stand the excitement. And we've got a D tournament tomorrow. Whew. Talk about excitement overload. I'm really struggling to, contain the excitement of these D tournaments. I don't know how you're, coping with the excitement, but, I hope that it doesn't prove to be too much for you. Just to give you a rough idea of how many different Ultimate Digimon are going to be needed in this challenge, there are 7 different natures, which means 7 different nature tournaments, and each one of those tournaments is a tournament that I will need to win. The Filth tournament is something that I will be aiming to do with Sukamon, and then that leaves the 6 other nature tournaments. And the way that we have gone about things in this challenge, those 6 tournaments will have to be done by 6 different Ultimate Digimon, and I will have to digivolve to those Digimon from Sukamon via a Digivolution item. Yeah, I'm going to need, 1 Digimon for the Fire tournament. Well, there's, 7 natures. I've said that I'll do the Filth tournament with Sukamon, and then that leaves 6 other nature tournaments which have to be done with separate Ultimate Digimon. And, while using those Digimon, I will also tie in learning all of the techniques for those natures, and as well as the nature tournaments, there are the other tournaments as well, the version tournaments and the special tournaments. And with the Digimon that I'm planning on using for the nature tournaments, I don't think that with those Digimon alone I will be able to also do all of the version tournaments and all of the special tournaments. And I think that there's a different Digimon who I will have to use for one of the version tournaments, as well as another Digimon who I think I'm going to have to use for one of the special tournaments. And that combined with well, they're both Ultimate Digimon that I'm referring to, who I will you know, have to get by using Digivolution items, which I'd have to give to Sukamon. And those two, combined with the 6 ultimate Digimon needed for nature tournaments, that's going to total to 8 different ultimate Digimon needed in this challenge. And for most of the Digivolutions, we're going to be requiring Sukamon beforehand. We didn't need Sukamon in order to digivolve to Muncymon, because we digivolved from Numamon to Muncymon, but for the 7 other ultimate Digimon, I believe that we are going to need Sukamon every time. Paralysis doesn't stop Piximon from winning. We have, of course, already made some progress with the nature tournaments. You know, the battle tournament, which we've already won. We won it when we had Muncymon as our Digimon. The machine tournament, which we've already won, we won that when we had Metal Greymon as our Digimon. The Filth tournament we haven't won yet, but we are going to be having Sukamon again in the future, and the plan is to win the Filth tournament while we have Sukamon as our Digimon. The Earth tournament we haven't won yet, but we do currently have Piximon as our Digimon, and that's the Digimon who I plan to use for the Earth tournament. And that will leave the Fire tournament, the Ice tournament, and the Air tournament. And I do know which Digimon I plan to use for those tournaments. An ultimate Digimon who has fire as his first nature, a ultimate Digimon who has air as their first nature, an ultimate Digimon who has ice as their first nature. All 3 Digimon are Digimon who we will be getting by using Digivolution items. For 2 of the Digimon, I've already got the Digivolution item. For the other, I don't yet have the Digivolution item, but I know how to get the Digivolution item. I'm not able to get the Digivolution item at the moment, but I will be able to get it with a certain other Digimon. You know, one of the Digimon who I'm going to be using for one of the nature tournaments. Yeah, while I've got that Digimon, I will be able to then get the Digivolution item for one of the other Ultimate Digimon. I'm not able to get the Digivolution item at the moment while I've got Piximon as my Digimon, but with the Digimon that I've got in mind, Digimon who I will be using, while I've got that Digimon, I will then be able to get the Digivolution item that's needed for another Digimon that I will need to be using. And I imagine a lot of you already know some of the Digimon that I'm going to be using. There's only one Ultimate Digimon who has fire as their first nature. There's only one Ultimate Digimon who has air as their first nature. There's only one Ultimate Digimon who has ice as their first nature. So you don't really need to make any deductions in order to figure out who those Digimon are. For two of them, we've already got the Digivolution item. In fact, for one of them, we've actually got the Digivolution item in our inventory. For one of them, we've already got the Digivolution item in the item bank. And for the other one, I've already said I don't have the Digivolution item at the moment, but I do know how to get it, and I will set out to get the Digivolution item because it's going to be needed. As for the version tournaments, we did the version 1 tournament with Muncymon, haven't done the version 2 tournament yet, did the version 3 tournament with Sukamon, did the version 4 tournament with Piximon, haven't done the version 0 tournament yet. But the one of the Digimon who I'm going to be using for one of the nature tournaments is also eligible for the version 0 tournament, and that would mean that the version 2 tournament would be the only other version tournament. And then as for the special tournaments, we've done the animal tournament, the dino tournament, and the wings tournament. That just leaves the humanoid tournament. And the version 2 tournament and the humanoid tournament I don't believe can be done with any of the Digimon who I'm going to be using for the nature tournaments, and that's why I say that 2 other Ultimate Digimon are going to be needed, one for the version 2 tournament and one for the humanoid tournament. The Digimon who I'm going to be using for the nature tournaments, they will be enough in order for it to be possible for me to win all of the nature tournaments and get the medal for that. And it will also be possible for me to learn every technique while having those Digimon and get the medal for that as well. But I do believe that 2 separate Digimon are going to be needed for the version 2 tournament and the humanoid tournament. The Digimon who I plan to use for the humanoid tournament, we have already got his Digivolution item in the item bank as we speak. As for the version 2 tournament, I haven't yet decided what Digimon I'm going to use, but we do have multiple choice. There are different Digimon who I could use, like different Digivolution items that I could get. Yeah, if I'm correct about all of that, then that's, 8 separate Ultimate Digimon that I'm going to need to use. Sukamon is going to need to be a transition for most of those Digimon. That probably gives you some idea of how many times I'm going to need to Digivolve to Sukamon, how many times I'm going to need Digimon to mess on the floor, how many times I'm going to have my stats halved from Digivolving to Sukamon, how many times I'm going to have to do the Digitamamon food glitch in order to, keep topping up my stats once they get too low from the Sukamon Digivolutions. The number of Digivolution items that I'm going to need, and just how long it's going to take, how long I'm going to have to keep my Digimon alive for, how many Digi-Sea-Basses I'm going to need to give to my Digimon, how much fishing I'm going to have to do, how old my Digimon is going to become. If I'm going to be winning a tournament every day, then 100 championship wins is going to take over 100 days. 100 championship wins is needed for a medal, 1 tournament per day. There's 30 days in a year, 29 tournaments in a year. 100 championship wins is going to take over 100 days, over 3 years, and I haven't been competing in tournaments every day for the whole of this challenge. I wasn't competing in tournaments when my Digimon was 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. I think my Digimon was about 10 when I first started competing in tournaments. Because, I needed to have Greymon recruited first, I needed to have other Digimon recruited in order to have enough participants. I myself needed to have a good enough Digimon in order to be able to win tournaments, good enough stats, good enough techniques. I needed to have particular tournaments in order to be able to so I needed to have particular Digimon in order to be able to enter particular tournaments. And if we were to get the medal for 100 championship wins, then our Digimon is going to have to live until it's over 100, and that means that we are going to have to continue to be giving Digi-Sea-Basses to my Digimon. Until then, if it's possible to keep a Digimon alive that long. And then there's also the question of the medal which you get once 10 years have passed. Once 10 years have passed, you know, once 300 days have passed, once you make it to year 11, day 1, you know, the end of 10 years, you get a medal for that. You know, when you make it up to year 11, day 1, once you've survived 10 years, 300 days, you get a medal for that, and there is the question of, am I pursuing that medal in this challenge? Do I plan to survive 300 days while being restricted to one single lifespan? Do I plan to keep my Digimon alive with Digi-Sea-Basses so that I will be able to make it up to 10 years with one single lifespan? Am I prepared to get my Digimon to live to 300 so that I can get the medal for surviving 10 years? Is it even possible for a Digimon to live to 300? No, is it even possible to get 10-year medal in this challenge? Well, if it is possible, then presumably I will be aiming to achieve the medal, because I've said that I'm trying to get all the medals that are physically possible to obtain in such a challenge, such restrictions. If I am pursuing the 10-year medal, then the medal for 100 championship wins, even if I do earn that medal, do earn 100 championship wins, even by then the challenge will still be young, because I'll still have, not much less than 200 days left in order to make it up to 10 years. Let's say, figure of speech, that I do get the medal for 100 championship wins, and by that point my Digimon is, say, 120, then we're going to need to continue for another 180 days to get the 10-year medal, and that means that even by the stage that we get the medal for 100 championship wins, the challenge will still be young. We will still only be a minority of the way through the days, still only be a minority of the way through catching Digi-Sea-Basses and using such items to keep my Digimon alive. I'm just going over the Digimon that I've had. I started with Agumon, Digivolved to Numamon, then Muncymon, then Sukamon, then Metal Greymon, then Sukamon again, and I think it was then Piximon, and we're going to be going to Sukamon again, and from looking at the items in my inventory, you can probably tell. Well, I mean, obviously I'm going to go Piximon at the moment, then going to go to Sukamon again, and from looking at the items in my inventory, you can probably tell which ultimate Digimon I am planning on using next. And there's more to Sukamon than just a transition between, you know, getting from one ultimate Digimon to another. You saw that I used him in order to learn the filth techniques, and at some point I'm going to have to use him again for the filth tournament, because I haven't yet won the filth tournament. Yeah, and then there's all of the other ultimate Digimon, all of the other techniques, all of the other tournaments. Doesn't look like there's any back dimension at the moment. But it's day 19, and I don't think we're too far away from the next back dimension. I think it's due somewhere between day 19 and day 21. Regarding the techniques and tournaments, you know, I'm pleased about the progress that's already been made. Learning the battle techniques with Muncymon, learning the machine techniques with Metal Greymon, learning the earth techniques with Piximon, learning the filth techniques with Sukamon, winning the battle tournament with Muncymon, winning the machine tournament with Metal Greymon, winning the version 1 tournament with Muncymon, winning the version 3 tournament with Sukamon, winning the version 4 tournament with Piximon, winning the animal tournament with Muncymon, winning the dino tournament with Metal Greymon, winning the winged tournament with Piximon. But there is still a lot of work to be done. Still the Earth tournament to do with Piximon. Still the Filth tournament to do with Sukamon. Still the Fire tournament, Air tournament, and Ice tournament to do with the ultimate Digimon that I'm going to be using for those 3 tournaments. One of those Digimon we will also be using for the version 0 tournament. We will need to use those Digimon to learn the rest of the air techniques, the rest of the fire techniques, the rest of the ice techniques, and I believe separate Digimon are going to be needed for the version 2 tournament and the humanoid tournament. So you can see there is still a lot of work to be done with techniques, with tournaments. But, you know, I do have in mind the Digimon who are going to be needed, and unless I've overlooked something, I think I will be successful with getting those Digimon, and then I should be successful with learning the techniques, qualifying for the tournaments and winning the tournaments. Sometimes I wonder if it's a bit of a downside about this game, the fact that firstly you have to do so much work with the tournaments, and secondly the fact that quite a large minority of the medals in this game come from tournaments. I kind of feel like that maybe there should be, say, like one medal that you get if you win every single individual tournament, and then maybe another medal that you get for like a certain number of wins or a certain number of championship wins. Is that the Earth tournament? Ah, I think that's the Earth tournament. Well, at least it is now on the schedule. Day 23. Yeah, the Earth tournament is getting nearer. It's now not too far away. As I was saying, yeah, maybe like one medal for winning like every single individual tournament. Maybe another medal for winning a certain... for getting like a certain number of wins or a certain number of championship wins, but make it more lenient than needing 100 championship wins. And yeah, maybe just leave it at that, so you've only got like 2 medals linked to the tournament, and that it's less hard work to you know, get the medals. Okay, back dimension is available today. That means that another chain melon is available today. Whereas if we go to the back dimension and defeat Machinedramon, we will be presented with another chain villain. We've got plenty of time until the tournament, so instead of going to the clinic and resting, let's go and hunt for the back dimension, hunt for Machinedramon, hunt for a chain melon. Yeah, I was sort of commenting negatively on the number of medals that come from the tournaments and you know, how much hard work it is to get those medals. I was saying about, you know, reducing the number of medals that comes from the tournaments and, you know, reducing the amount of work that has to go into getting those medals. And maybe there are some, like, I know, like, if you were to only get 2 medals from the tournament instead of 5, that would reduce the number of medals in the game by 3, yeah, reducing it from 15 to 12. But then maybe there are other things that could result in a medal. Like, I can't help but feel that getting your tamer level up to the maximum is something that should result in a medal. Your tamer level starts at 0, you can get it as high as 10, and the back dimension is not at the Grey Lord's mansion. Well, the next place we will try is the Olga Fortress. And yeah, I kind of wonder if there should be a medal for getting tamer level up to the maximum. I kind of feel like it would be fair and justifiable if that was the case. And that would mean a total of 13 medals, and maybe there could be a couple of other things which don't currently result in a medal, which should result in a medal instead of all of the tournament medals. Maybe a medal for getting your Digimon to live to a certain age, like maybe 20 or something, because a Digimon wouldn't normally live to 20, but with a few tricks it would be possible to get a Digimon to live to 20, and maybe, you know, get a medal for, you know, getting a Digimon to live to 20. Okay, it's not at the Olga Fortress either. It's going to be at the last place we look, the Ice Sanctuary. The Ice Sanctuary is a place that Piximon is not meant to be able to enter, but when the Ice Sanctuary is the back dimension, you can enter with any Digimon. Okay, we've used the only chain melon that was in our inventory, but we are going to be getting another one, and I've managed to somewhat fix my happiness and discipline by scolding Piximon a load of times and then giving him a chain melon. That will also keep us alive for the rest of the day. We will be able to make it to the point where Piximon wants to sleep, without him fading away, without having any issues with lifespan. Then we can let him sleep and we can wake up tomorrow. Our happiness and discipline could do with some further twerking though. As I was saying, you can only... well, you're meant to only be able to enter the Ice Sanctuary with a vaccine Digimon, even though there is a glitch which does enable you to enter the Ice Sanctuary with any Digimon. And then Greylord's Mansion, you're meant to only be able to enter with a virus Digimon, and I think that is the case. I think that you can only enter Greylord's Mansion with a virus Digimon. I don't think there's any glitch or anything that enables you to enter Greylord's Mansion with any Digimon other than a virus Digimon. But when one of those places is the back dimension, you can enter with any Digimon regardless of what type they are. Of course, you could enter Ice Sanctuary with a vaccine Digimon, or enter Greylord's Mansion with a virus Digimon, and then when you're inside, give your Digimon a Digivolution item to make it Digivolve to a Digimon of a different type, and then you would be inside of Greylord's Mansion with a non-virus type, or inside of the Ice Sanctuary with a non-vaccine type. Okay, well with Bug we can do serious damage and flatten him, and with Insect Plague we can poison him. Now, the good thing about poison, not only does it drain their HP, but it slows them down as well. And, you know, I think poison is very overpowered compared to the other forms of status harm. I mean, confusion, they usually just run around for about 10 seconds or so. Paralysis, they just keep still for about 10 seconds or so and don't have the ability to attack or block during that time. Flattening is pretty good. I mean, it takes a few moments for them to turn to their flattened stage, and when they're flattened, their attacks are very weak and they can't block attacks. And then, you know, they stay flattened for a number of moments, and then it takes a few moments for them to return to their normal state. Now, I would say that after poison, I probably consider flattening to be the next best form of status harm. Then probably paralysis, and then probably confusion. Because they can still attack when they're confused, which can hit you depending on where they're facing when they use the attack. Not to mention that some techniques are designed to aim for you regardless of where the Digimon is facing when they use the technique, or where they are when they use the technique. Like Digidimension will hit you nonetheless. Thunderbolt, I think, would aim for you nonetheless. Seeing as this game has 3 types, vaccine, virus, and data, and seeing as there are 2 locations in which you can only enter if you are one of those types, Ice Sanctuary, which you're meant to only be able to enter with a vaccine type, Greylord's Mansion, which you're meant to only be able to enter with a virus type. I do wonder if they should have also included a place in the game which you can only enter if you have a data type. Because at the moment, yeah, if you play the game normally, you need a vaccine Digimon in order to enter one place, the Ice Sanctuary. You need a virus Digimon in order to be able to enter one place, Greylord's Mansion, but there's no place which is exclusive for data Digimon, and I kind of wonder if they should have done something about that, because at the moment, you know, sort of having a data Digimon has no advantages because you can't naturally enter Greylord's Mansion or the Ice Sanctuary. You know, there's no place exclusive for data Digimon. That kind of means no value for data types, but then there is value in having a vaccine type because of the Ice Sanctuary, or having a virus type because of Greylord's Mansion. And it just makes me wonder if they should have had it so that there's one place which you can only enter with a data Digimon, which then gives value to data types as well. I probably don't need to have Insect Plague equipped anymore. These tournaments would probably work better with just Bug. The two places that I was talking about when I was saying about, you know, the Ice Sanctuary and Grey Lord's Mansion, you know, one of them being exclusive to vaccine types, one of them being exclusive to virus types. Though both of those places are two of the places that the back dimension can be at. You know, those two places are two of the 3 locations that the back dimension can be at. The other place that the back dimension can be at is the Olga Fortress. And maybe they should have had it so that you can only enter the Olga Fortress with a data type. That way there's 3 places which can only be entered depending on your type. And they're also the 3 places that the back dimension can be at. So yeah, maybe they should have had it so that, you know, the Ice Sanctuary is for vaccine Digimon, the Grey Lord's Mansion is for virus Digimon, the Olga Fortress is for data Digimon. You know, that creates an advantage for all 3 types, and the 3 locations which are connected to a Digimon's type are also the 3 locations that the back dimension can be at. Because that time I didn't need to give a Digi-Seabass to Piximon straight after the tournament, because we gave Piximon a chain melon, and that will see us through until we let Piximon sleep, eliminating any need to give Piximon any Digi-Seabasses for the time being, eliminating the need to give Piximon a Digi-Seabass after the tournament in order to get us up to when Piximon wants to sleep. And of course, with our Virus Scourge only being 1 away from being full, and with Piximon still being needed, you know, I now want to avoid messing on the floor, because at this exact moment in time it wouldn't be helpful to Digivolve to Sukamon, because we still need Piximon for the time being. Until we win the nature tournament, you know, Piximon is going to be needed. And that means that we can't have Piximon Digivolve to Sukamon yet. Doesn't Piximon usually want to eat at this time? Okay, we're having to force feed him a bit because his appetite doesn't seem to be kicking in. Piximon is 50. We're half of the way to being 100. 50, a half century. I'm guessing that means that our number of championship wins is probably close to about 40. And even though that's less than half, I still feel quite accomplished by that. Because, well, for me, I feel like those championship wins have gone by quickly. So I feel like it's been nowhere near as much of a drag as I thought it would be. I feel like that so far it hasn't felt as bad as I was expecting it to be. Just a shame about the number of rookie Digimon that have to get butchered in the making of a challenge like this. It's the power of the Betamons in the second round. It is very unfair, though, putting, you know, an overpowered ultimate Digimon in a rookie tournament. You know, an ultimate with, you know, maximum stats and great techniques. It is very unfair putting them in a rookie tournament. And I feel like it'd be like a rugby team having a player who's like 50 feet tall, built like a house and weighs like 20 tons. I kind of feel like that the person would just be unstoppable, and it would just be extremely unfair because none of the opponents would stand a chance. None of the opponents would be able to stop them. Okay, tomorrow is just another D tournament, but the day after is the day of the Earth tournament. And if we win the Earth tournament, then I don't think that there would be any reason to keep Piximon any longer. You know, I think that we would go from, you know, if we were to win the Earth tournament, then I think that I would be keen to Digivolve to Sukamon and make way for the next Ultimate Digimon. I don't plan on competing in the Filth tournament with the next Sukamon. I plan to just go straight from Sukamon to the next Ultimate Digimon. The Filth tournament can wait for another occasion where we have another Sukamon. And we're going to be making it through today with a chain melon. Wait, chain melons can make you sick? That does surprise me. Well, if I'm going to be going to the clinic to rest, then Centauramon would cure our sickness after seeing us, and that saves the need to give Piximon a medicine. It is cheaper to have Centauramon treat sickness rather than buy medicine. He charges 300 bits to treat sickness, but if you were to buy medicine from him, then it would cost 1200 bits. If you were to buy high-speed discs and trade them for medicines with Moldramon in Friesland, then that would cost 500 bits. Well, it would work out to be 500 bits per medicine, and we can no longer trade with that Moldramon anyway because he's joined the city. I don't think I need to worry about the humanoid tournament because I've already got a Digivolution item for the Digimon who I think I can enter the humanoid tournament with. And if I'm right, then, you know, I'll be able to enter the humanoid tournament, no problem. What I need to think about is the version 2 tournament. You know, previously I wanted to use Skull Greymon for it, and I wanted to Digivolve from Metal Greymon to Skull Greymon, but I was unsuccessful with that. And if I was to continue to pursue Skull Greymon, then I would need to win an S tournament, and I would need the prize to be a Fatal Bone, which is the Digivolution item for Skull Greymon. But it might take numerous attempts, because I might instead get either a Metal Part or a Mega Hand, respectively the Digivolution items for Metal Greymon and Megadramon. There are, however, other Digimon who I could use for the version 2 tournament. I believe that Vadermon is eligible for it, but getting Vadermon's Digivolution item would require the items respawning at the back dimension, as well as having access to the back dimension. And I think either Mumemon or Metal Mumemon qualify for the version 2 tournament. I think it's one or the other, either Mumemon or Metal Mumemon, and in both cases the Digivolution item can be won as a prize in curling against Metal Mumemon. I need to weigh up the practicalities of obtaining the Digivolution item for one of those Digimon. I need to think about how easy or difficult it will be to get one of the Digivolution items. The practical side of it, and also think about the individual Digimon itself, think about the techniques that I will be able to use if I was to use that Digimon, and how well I think I would fare. As a result of having that Digimon and the techniques that I would be restricted to. But with the humanoid tournament, I'm specific with which Digimon I want. Same with the Filth tournament, Earth tournament, Fire tournament, Ice tournament, and Air tournament. Although in some of those cases, it's not really me choosing the Digimon out of desire or preference, but rather me being restricted to the Digimon. Because in some cases there's only one Digimon who I will be able to get, who I will need for one of the tournaments. I think the version 2 tournament is the only tournament where I've got the choice of more than one Digimon. Now, we've got no chain melons, so we're back to using Digi-Seabasses, but happiness and discipline are both virtually full. So I don't think happiness and discipline is going to be a problem while we've got Piximon as our Digimon. The Earth tournament is going to be today, and then I will want to Digivolve to Sukamon, so that I can then Digivolve to the next Ultimate Digimon. And the fact that I've got a Coral Charm in my inventory, plus the fact that the Ice Tournament is only a few days away, probably, you know, gives you a rough idea which Ultimate Digimon we are going to be using next. You know, I've got the Digivolution item for Machinedramon. I need to compete in the Ice Tournament, a tournament that I haven't yet won, a tournament that Machinedramon qualifies for, a tournament which is coming up in the next few days, and also the fact that I haven't learned every ice technique, something that can be achieved with Machinedramon. Yeah, I don't think it would be... I can't imagine it's too difficult to suss out which Digimon I'm planning on using next. I'm glad, though, that the Earth tournament has finally come around. You know, I've had Piximon for a fair while now. Yeah, I've been waiting on the Earth tournament for quite some time after learning all of the techniques that I was able to learn with Piximon, and quite some time after winning the other tournaments that I needed Piximon for. Nice, though, to just, you know, get the tournament out of the way, another nature tournament won, and then we can move on to whatever we want to do next, or whatever we think would be best to next do. And I've already decided that it's going to have something to do with ice. Something to do with an ice Digimon, something to do with ice techniques, something to do with the ice tournament. It'd be nice to make a change and go up against a Digimon who isn't a specimen of Vegemon. You know, Weedmon first, and Vegemon second. And the final is going to be against Carboterimon. Well, at least it's not Red Vegemon. I mean, well, Red Vegemon wasn't in the tournament, but if he was in the tournament and if the final had been against Red Vegemon, then all of my matches would have been against Specimen of Vegemon. So that's another tournament done, which we hadn't yet done. Battle tournament, machine tournament, earth tournament. 3 of the 7 nature tournaments done, leaving filth, fire, air and ice. Tomorrow, C and version 4 both are tournaments that I've already won. Tomorrow is day 24, and 2 days later, on day 26, is the ice tournament. So 3 days from today. There isn't much point in entering a competition with Piximon because you get disqualified from tournaments when your Digimon digivolves, and I'm going to be digivolving from Piximon to Sukamon, and then digivolving to a certain other Digimon from Sukamon. Digivolving from Piximon to Sukamon, and then from Sukamon to a certain other Digimon. That will result in disqualification from any tournaments that I would enter, well, register for. any tournament that I would register for as Piximon, I would get disqualified from when Digivolving. So it makes more sense not to register for a tournament and to Digivolve to Sukamon and then the Ultimate Digimon, and then register for the tournament with my new Ultimate Digimon. And in case you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm returning to the Dragon Eye Lake for more fishing. I decided that now is the time to do more fishing. I'm down to 48 Digi-Sea Basses, but I have 99 meats, more than enough to catch the necessary number of black trouts in order for me to be able to use those black trouts to bait Digi-Sea Basses and get myself back up to 99 Digi-Sea Basses. I'm catching black trouts first, then I'm going to sleep and save. Piximon will mess on the floor while sleeping. That will fill up the virus gorge, and I can then catch the Digi-Sea Basses, return to the city, save, and then I'll need to use a Digi-Sea Bass in order to keep my Digimon alive. And if I rest at the clinic, then by resting just once, Piximon will Digivolve to Sukamon, and I can then use the Digivolution item to get my next Digimon. The Digivolution item that I'm going to be using is the Coral Charm. The Digimon who I'm going to be getting is Machinedramon, an Ultimate Digimon who has Ice as his first nature. And he will be eligible for the Ice tournament, which I think is due in 3 days' time. When I Digivolve to Machinedramon, I will continue to register for tournaments. I will be aiming to compete in as many tournaments as possible. 1 tournament per day. I will continue to do that. I will register for tournaments with Machinedramon, even if it's tournaments I've already won, and I will be registering for those tournaments because I will want the championship wins that will come from winning those tournaments. Most of them are going to be basic grade tournaments. Most of them are going to be D tournaments. I'm up to 52 black trouts. If I give a Digi-Sea Bass to Piximon after sleeping, that will reduce us to 47 Digi-Sea Basses. And then by catching 52 Digi-Sea Basses with 52 black trouts, we will be back up to 99 Digi-Sea Basses. Virus Gorge is now full, but we won't be digivolving until the next hour. Resting once at the clinic will probably be the fastest way of passing an hour. And for the time being, we are now going to be catching Digi-Seabasses with the video speeded up, of course. And as well as being able to enter the ice tournament, Machinedramon can also enter the version 0 tournament. Can also enter the version 0 tournament. A version tournament that we haven't yet won, and very conveniently the prize that you get for winning the version 0 tournament is a Digivolution item, but not any old Digivolution item, the Digivolution item that makes you digivolve to another Digimon that we are going to be needing in this challenge, the ultimate Digimon who has air as their first nature, who we will need to have in order to be able to register for the air tournament. And that might also be the Digimon who we are going to learn Thunderbolt with, the last remaining air technique. I don't think Machinedramon is eligible for any of the special tournaments, especially the humanoid tournament, which is the only special tournament that we haven't yet won, the only remaining special tournament that we need to compete in. Yeah, I don't think I will be competing in a special tournament with Machinedramon, but there is the ice tournament. We need that as progress towards the medal for winning every nature tournament, and also the version 0 tournament, progress towards getting the medal for winning every version tournament. It will only leave the version 2 tournament, and if we win the version 0 tournament, then we will get the Digivolution item that we need in order to be able to get the ultimate air Digimon. The ultimate Digimon who has air as their first nature, who we are going to need in order to be able to enter the air tournament. I will get the Digivolution item for that Digimon as a prize for winning the version 0 tournament with Machinedramon. But you know, it's not just about the tournaments, it is also about the techniques. Out of the 8 ice techniques, I think we currently have 3 of them: Aqua Magic, Winter Blast and Giga Freeze, all of which were learned from the Seedramon at the Dragon Eye Lake, we had Seadramon teach us Aqua Magic, Winter Blast, and Giga Freeze. And when we Digivolve to Mega Seadramon, we will naturally learn Teardrop. That will bring us up to 4 ice techniques, leaving us with just 4 more to learn. So we'll only need to learn 4 ice techniques in order to complete the list of ice techniques. And I think that will only leave air techniques and fire techniques. And the only remaining air technique left to learn is Thunderbolt. As for fire, well, we got Spitfire, that came free with Ugumon at the start of the challenge. And then when we had Metal Greymon, we learned Meltdown and Heat Laser. I think that leaves 5 other fire techniques. Prominence Beam, Infinity Burn, Fire Tower, Magma Bomb, and Red Inferno. So if I'm not mistaken, we will only have 6 other techniques to learn once we are done with the ice techniques. I believe that when we Digivolve to Mega Seadramon, we will only have 10 techniques left to learn. 4 ice, 5 fire, and 1 air. Say hello to Sukamon. Say goodbye to Sukamon. Say hello to Mega Seadramon. Say hello to the Sea Tournament, the only tournament that we can compete in today. And then I guess it would be a D tournament tomorrow, and then the ice tournament the day after. I think those are my choices of techniques for the time being. Say good night to Mega Seadramon. Say sweet dreams to Mega Seadramon. Say good morning to Mega Seadramon. Rise and shine. Now say hello to Mount Infinity. We've come here because the Rockmon, who you can battle here, use 2 ice techniques that we haven't yet learned, and we are going to be trying to learn those techniques from battling these Rockmon. Our first try is an unsuccessful try, and that battle reminded me that our stats have been halved. Because we digivolved to Sukamon, our stats were halved, and we are now fighting with approximately 5,000 HP and MP and 500 attack, defense, speed and brains, which means that all of our stats are about halfway from being at the maximum. Ah, our second try is successful. The fact that our stats are no longer at the maximum doesn't affect the medal that we were given when we maxed out our stats for the first time. You know, once you get a medal, the medal is there for good. You know, you can't lose a medal. You know, the fact that our stats are no longer at the maximum doesn't mean that we lose the medal for maximum stats. You know, the medal is safe. Our third try is unsuccessful. The fact that our stats have been halved does give value to Aqua Magic. By using Aqua Magic, we are improving our stats during the battles that we get into, only for the duration of the individual battles, of course. But you know, there is value in using Aqua Magic now, since we don't currently have maximum stats. Is our fourth try a successful try? No. With our stats being half full, I suppose I'll have to decide whether I continue with my stats as they are, or whether I try to encounter Digitamon at the restaurant and produce the Digitamon glitch to, you know, get my stats back up to the maximum. Another unsuccessful try, unfortunately for us. If I decide to, you know, try and make do with my stats as they are, then when I next Digivolve to Sukamon, my stats would be halved again, which would mean that they would be about half of what they are currently, and I would then definitely need to encounter Digitamon again and produce the glitch again. you don't have to be too offensive when fighting these Rockmon, because they are prone to hitting each other with their attacks, and when a Rockmon does get hit, sometimes he will retaliate by hitting back the Digimon who hit him, and you know, the Rockmon can end up doing, you know, large amounts of damage to each other, and you know, that saves you the need of inflicting lots of damage yourself. Looks like luck is not on our side at the moment. But I'll have to keep grinding because I haven't yet learned Ice Statue, and that's what I'm continuing for. Ice Statue is the only other technique that I can learn from these Rockmon. Seems that Machinedramon doesn't always choose to eat. The tournament is now open, but it would be really nice to have Ice Statue before competing in the tournament. I'd be able to finish the tournament a lot more quickly if I've got, Ice Statue to use. Fighting 2 Rockmon at once could be easier than just fighting one alone, because of how much they inflict damage upon one another, and I choose to go up against 2 Rockmon to increase the chances of techniques getting used, the techniques that I'm trying to learn. Well, when it comes to winning the battles, we're not doing too badly, and that is something that we have control over by choice of stats and techniques and items, but when it comes to learning Ice Statue, we're not doing well at all, and that's something that we have a lot less choice over. because it's much more of a luck-based thing. Wrong target. When it comes to using finishes, you know, you're meant to aim for the Digimon who's still alive, not the one who's dead on the floor. Seriously, what's he trying to do? Resuscitate the Digimon or something? Anyway, despite not having Ice Statue yet, we're taking a break from learning techniques, and we are competing in the sea tournament, as you are able to tell. I'd be able to finish the tournament a lot more quickly if I had Ice Statue, but that's not the case. So, yeah, the tournament will not end quite so quickly. Well, surely we're going to hit the right target this time. There's just... When it comes to Machinedramon, you do have to be careful with using finishes when there's... Like when you get into a battle with multiple Digimon and one of them... Well, and yeah, and you've got, you know, one of them gets defeated and is on the floor, and you use a finish aiming for one of the other Digimon. Sometimes the finish can hit the Digimon who's already been defeated. I have a feeling that when it comes to Machinedramon using finishes, that regardless of what Digimon you're aiming for, I think it might be in Machinedramon's AI for his finish to strike the closest Digimon to him. And I think that's what happened in Mount Infinity when his finish struck the Rockmon who had already been defeated. poisoned and we're flattened. I mean, paralysed. And we're flattened. Well, hopefully when we enter the next tournament, hopefully we will have Ice Statue by then. And I don't want to get too carried away, but hopefully we will also have Ice Needle and Water Blitz, because that would mean being done with the ice techniques. Those are the only 3 ice techniques that we are waiting for. Okay, so it's a D tournament tomorrow, but then the day after is the day of the ice tournament, and then the day after that is the day of the version 0 tournament. And ideally we will have all of the ice techniques learned ahead of the D tournament tomorrow. Failing that, I certainly hope that we will have the techniques ahead of the ice tournament and version 0 tournament. And yeah, so we also we are back to wanting our Digimon to mess on the floor, because we need to be filling up that virus gorge, because like with all of the ultimate Digimon that we've had so far, Machinedramon is only going to be temporary. We will at some point move on to a different Digimon, and that will require Digivolving to Sukamon as a result of filling up the virus gorge. And that means that we need to be messing on the floor, we need to be filling up the virus gorge, and when the timing is right for Sukamon, we just need to fill the gorge to the maximum so that we can Digivolve to Sukamon, and then either Digivolve straight from Sukamon to the next ultimate Digimon, or stay as Sukamon initially, compete in the Filth tournament, and then Digivolve to the next ultimate Digimon. But we're back here in Mount Infinity, hoping to learn Ice Statue. Mount Infinity isn't the only place where you can learn Ice Statue. The Ice Devimons in Friesland, they use Ice Statue. The Rockmons in Greylord's Mansion, they possibly use Ice Statue. But we wouldn't be able to access Greylord's Mansion with Machinedramon as our Digimon. For the time being, Mount Infinity is the place that we are targeting for Ice Statue. It looks like our luck is continuing to be about as rotten as a plant which hasn't been given any water for about 3 months. hope this will strike the correct one then. It did. Still no sign of ice statue though. Admittedly, Ice Statue is one of the hardest ice techniques to learn, but it's still frustrating when you have no success whatsoever. Well, if there's any consolation, Ice Needle and Water Blitz should come a lot more easily. There are plenty of Digimon who you can learn the remaining ice techniques from. There's no difficulty with finding Digimon who are going to use the techniques. There's no difficulty with defeating the Digimon in battle. It's just about the luck of learning the technique. Ice Statue is going really badly. Statistically, Ice Needle and Water Blitz should come a lot more easily. Please learn Ice Statue. Damn it. Well, what can we do apart from keep trying and keep trying and keep trying? Are we going to hit the correct Rockmon? No. I'll settle for hitting the wrong Rockmon if we learn Ice Statue. At this rate, by the time we learn Ice Statue, all that's going to be left of our character is a statue. This is a statue of the guy who rescued the Digimon world 150 years ago. Oh, we've learnt it at last, have we? Yay! We finally have Ice Statue. Sarcastic applause that we finally succeeded at learning Ice Statue. If we had learned it more quickly, then I might have said icely done. But I really don't think that there's too much positivity to take away from how long it took to learn Ice Statue. I mean, I know we did learn it, but apart from that, there isn't really any positivity to take away. It took a lot of tries, yeah, I'm not happy with how it went. I'm not happy with how learning Ice Statue went. But where we had such dreadful luck with Ice Statue, could it mean that we are now due some better luck? Could it mean that we are due better luck with learning Water Blitz and Ice Needle? You know, might we learn those techniques more quickly, more successfully? Is the other guy going to come on screen? There it is. These guys use Water Blitz. There it is, used quickly. They use Aqua Magic, but we already had that. Okay, nothing learnt that time. But you would hope that learning Water Blitz won't go too, isn't something that will go too badly. I mean, statistically, you know, I would imagine that we would have, you know, the chances of us learning, I think statistically we should have better luck with learning Water Blitz than Ice Statue. You know, Water Blitz should be, you know, an easier technique to learn. I think Water Blitz is one of the easier ice techniques to learn, along with Ice Needle, Winter Blast, Teardrop, and Aqua Magic. we'll continue to grind against these guys for Water Blitz. As for Ice Needle, there's the Snow Agumons in Friesland. They use Ice Needle. There's the Red Penguin Digimon in the Great Canyon and in the Tropical Jungle. They use Ice Needle. I think Digimon in the Ice Sanctuary use Ice Needle. But I would rather be avoiding the Ice Sanctuary. Ah, there's Water Blitz. All that's left now is Ice Needle. If I was to take a guess, I would say that you've probably got a slightly better chance of learning Ice Needle than Water Blitz. I don't know that for certain, but that's what I would be inclined to believe. Can we get both Snow Agumons on screen? Yes. Both are on screen and both are participating in battle. So it's all about Ice Needle. There it is. I have to say, our MP does go down pretty quickly when we're using nothing but Ice Statue. Admittedly, the opponent's HP goes down more quickly. Yeah, when you're using Ice Statue, the opposing Digimon's HP goes down more quickly than how quickly your MP goes down by, but it is looking like quite a drain having Ice Statue, and it is costing the full amount of MP as our brains is not at the maximum, so we're not, getting away with using techniques at the expense of 20% less MP. Our MP is only about 5,000, not 9,999. Always better to have both of them. Just increases the chances of Ice Needle getting used, as well as how quickly it gets used as well. All these battles, it's putting our bits back up to being almost at the maximum. I mean, it doesn't really matter about the money. I think it just goes to show how many battles we're needing to get into. The fact that, you know, the money that we're getting from the battles is, you know, putting our money close to being at the maximum. We just had a reminder saying about a D tournament today. With Ice Statue, we should be able to get through the D tournament very quickly. Any sign of the other Snow Agumon? Okay, looks like we're just fighting one. Come on, hit me with Ice Needle. Thank you. Ice Needle is a very useful thing. It's how the snow Digimon inject themselves with all sorts of drugs. They use the Ice Needle. So far, I think we've had more tries with learning Ice Needle than what we had with Water Blitz, and we haven't yet learned Ice Needle, but did learn Water Blitz. So far it's looking like we're having more trouble with learning Ice Needle than what we had with Water Blitz. But I would expect to learn both of them pretty easily, to be honest. No joy again. This Agumon keeps saying, "I'm gonna win." He said it every time that we've approached him, but no matter how many times he says it, it doesn't seem to make it true. He doesn't seem to realise that saying it's not going to make it so. He keeps losing, but he keeps insisting that he's going to win. Gonna have to take a pause there. I know we still haven't learned Ice Needle yet, and we will need to learn it along with every other technique. But I've returned to the city for the tournament, and at least we have Ice Statue ahead of the tournament. Yeah, we should be able to defeat the rookie Digimon very quickly, make it to the end of the tournament very quickly. We won't need Aqua Magic in the tournament. Just Ice Statue, just attack, 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 defeat, defeat, defeat. We're entering the tournament without our HP and MP being full, but I'm sure we've got ample to make it through the tournament, and I imagine that our HP and MP will recover as we progress through the tournament, and that our HP and MP will be a lot fuller in the final than what it will be in the second round and the first round. You know, whatever our HP and MP is now, I think it will be better in the second round and then even better in the final. Probably do this with one single Ice Statue. Yeah, comfortably. Okay, might not defeat Penguinmon with a single Ice Statue, because Penguinmon will be able to resist ice better than Agumon was able to. Biomon we might be able to defeat with a single Ice Statue, depending on her HP, because she's not gonna like, I don't think she's gonna like ice any more than Agumon did. Okay, this is probably gonna take two. I reckon we can probably do Biomon with one single Ice Statue, unless her HP is particularly high. One or two. With the D tournament won, we can now move on to registering for a more interesting tournament. The ice tournament is waiting for us tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow. It is tomorrow, and then the version 0 tournament is the day after. So we get to enjoy 2 consecutive days of competing in tournaments we haven't yet competed in. The money might be getting close to being full, but we have used quite a few items during battles, which we are about to buy back at the cost of money. And our number of sirloins was getting quite high. I thought sell some of them to make room for others. And by selling the amount that we did, we've put our money back up to being almost full. There will be no snow Agumons at the moment because it's the nighttime period, but Machinedramon wants to sleep, and when he wakes up, I believe it will be the daytime period, and the snow Agumons will be back. Not in this area that we're in at the moment. When it's daytime, I think it's snow Goborimons in this area, and then ice Devimons at night time, but we're about to go down here, and it should be snow Agumons. Oh, Machinedраmon's sick, is he? And it's affected our happiness and discipline. Right, let's get his happiness full. We've done that. He doesn't always take food items, and it looks like scolding him for refusing a food item is not a justifiable scold. Let's put his happiness back to the maximum. Let's try and cure his sickness. I'm happy with him refusing. Gives us an excuse to toss in a justifiable scold and help out his discipline. Okay, sickness cured. And let's try and have him decline items so that we can scold him and try and get our discipline back up, because our happiness and discipline was starting to become a problem. You praise your Digimon, you put happiness up, discipline goes down at the same time, but then you can abuse this trick by offering items to your Digimon, hoping they will refuse to take the items, and then you can scold your Digimon and get discipline back up. Okay, he's taken a sea bass, so he will not fade away on the next hour. He will live longer than that. And just continuing to work on the discipline. It is somewhat of a waste of medium recoveries, but they cost 500 bits each, and we've got ample money. And like with before, it's now about trying to learn Ice Statue. No, sorry, Ice Needle. They still go down just as easily, the Snow Agumons, that is. And we have Ice Needle. And I think that means that we have every ice technique. It does indeed. As well as having Ice Statue, I've also got Ice Needle and Aqua Magic. Aqua Magic can help with improving our stats during the tournament battles. Ice Statue is, a powerful attack that we will be able to do a lot of damage with. It also has a decent rate of causing paralysis, whereas Ice Needle is a very fast attack, an attack which is very good at interrupting other attacks, an attack which is hard to interrupt, and even though it's quite a bit weaker than Ice Statue, I would like to have it equipped so that it will be available to me. The tournament will first be available on the next hour. As well as having ice as his primary nature, Machinedramon also has air as a nature, but there are no air techniques that we are able to learn with Machinedramon. We already have all of the techniques, all of the air techniques that Machinedramon is capable of learning and using. The only air technique we're missing is Thunderbolt, which Machinedramon cannot learn or use. And as you saw, we've learned all of the ice techniques. We've learned every technique that Machinedramon is able to learn and use. That's speaking of all of the ice techniques that he's able to learn and use, as well as all of the air techniques that he's able to learn and use. But with the ice techniques all mastered, that will be added to the battle techniques, machine techniques, and filth techniques, which have all been mastered. Ice as well, like I said, and earth. Yeah, we've mastered all of the battle techniques, machine techniques, filth techniques, earth techniques, and ice techniques. That just leaves, I believe, 6 other techniques. 1 air technique and 5 fire techniques. Thunderbolt being the air technique, and then Fire Tower, Magma Bomb, Red Inferno, Prominence Beam, and Infinity Burn being the fire techniques. So just 2 more natures left to learn the techniques for, and between them it's just 6 techniques left to learn. I would like Machinedramon to mess on the floor just before the tournament, because we need to be filling up the Virus Gorge. Okay, we waited for him to mess on the floor. Now we are entering the tournament, and when we come out, he should want to mess on the floor again. Looks like we are the only ultimate of this competition. Looks like the Freezeland battles against Snow Agumon weren't enough. We have to battle him here as well, it seems. And is that every rookie out of the tournament? Or is Icemon a rookie? I'm not sure if Icemon is a rookie or a champion. Well, there are definitely no rookies left now, regardless of whether or not Icemon was one of them. watching Waymon have it out with one of Seedramon's evolved forms makes me think of the first season of Digimon when Waymon locked horns with Metal Seedramon, a Digimon who is even more advanced than Mega Seedramon. Because Mega Seedramon is a ultimate, but Metal Seedramon is a Mega. You know, I'd say Waymon was probably the most stubborn in that battle because his HP was pretty high and our attacks were not doing fantastic damage. But that's the Ice Tournament done, along with the Battle Tournament, the Machine Tournament, and the Earth Tournament. We're not done with the Filth. We haven't done the Filth Tournament, despite the fact that we have learned all of the Filth techniques. And we also haven't done the Air Tournament or the Fire Tournament, nor have we mastered all of the techniques for those natures. I think the progress is pretty noticeable, having mastered all of the techniques for 5 of the 7 natures, mastering 50 of the 56 techniques in total. And as for the tournaments, well, I'm not sure how many championship wins we have, but I would guess that it's probably in the 40s. We've won all of the grade tournaments. The nature tournaments, I mentioned that we've won Battle, Machine, Earth and Ice. That's 4 out of 7, just over halfway. And then the version tournaments, I think it's currently 3 out of 5, having won the version 1 tournament, version 3 tournament and version 4 tournament, but not the version 2 tournament or the version 0 tournament. But we are entered for the we are registered for the version 0 tournament, and that is to take place today. At the moment, it's, 3 out of 5 version tournaments, but if we win the version 0 tournament in a bit, then it will be 4 out of 5 version tournaments. And then the special tournaments, I think we are up to 3 out of 4. Because I think we've won the animal tournament, dino tournament, and winged tournament, and that just leaves the humanoid tournament. Ice tournament won yesterday. Version 0 tournament is the very tournament that we are in right now. The only ultimate I can see is Machinedramon. The Madoki, Betamon and Snow Ogumon, they are surely rookies. And then the rest are surely champions. Machinedramon versus Machinedramon, on paper that would have made a great final, but it's not to be. They're going to be meeting in the second round instead. And we are faced with yet another Snow Ogumon. Had him in the ice tournament, got him in this tournament as well. To mention battling him in Freezeland over and over, trying to learn Ice Needle. Sorry, Machinedramon, but I think the article is right. I think you should retire. That battle was a very strong suggestion. Right, well let's have it out with Digimon's icy cousin. So that's the tournament one, and in this instance, the significant thing wasn't just about the tournament itself. It wasn't just about the victory of the tournament, but also the prize that we get. The prize that we get is a red ruby, a Digivolution item that makes you Digivolve to Phoenixmon. That is an item that we are going to be needing in this challenge. As I knew that the red ruby was an item that I was going to be needing, and I knew that the only way that you could get it was by winning the version 0 tournament, and I knew that the only way that I would be able to enter the version 0 tournament was by having Machinedramon as my Digimon. So I knew that, you know, I would need to have Machinedramon in order to be able to get the red ruby, because I would need to enter the version 0 tournament with Machinedramon, win the tournament, and then get the red ruby as a prize for winning the version 0 tournament. So out of the 5 version tournaments, we have now won 4 of them. We are now 80% of the way there with the version tournaments. We've won the version 1 tournament, version 3 tournament, version 4 tournament, and version 0 tournament. All that is left is, well, out of the version tournaments, all that is left now is the version 2 tournament. With our money getting close to being full, I thought that some changes to our items was in order. And since we are going to be getting more sirloins, I decided to sell the ones that were in my inventory. And on top of having medium recoveries, we've now got large recoveries as well. And instead of having medium MPs, we've got large MPs instead. And speaking of the version tournaments, I've already mentioned the only remaining version tournament is the version 2 tournament, and for the tournament tomorrow, I decided to register for the S tournament. And my reason for doing that is because I'm hoping to win the S tournament, and I'm hoping for the prize to be Skullgreymon's Digivolution item, Fatal Bone. So that I will then be able to get Skullgreymon as my Digimon later on, and as a result of that be able to enter the version 2 tournament, the only version tournament left to be won. The Fatal Bone, then that would mean having Skull Greymon's Digivolution item, and I think I would then have every Digivolution item that I need. I've already had some Ultimate Digimon so far in this challenge, and I think the Digivolution item for a Digimon who would be able to compete in the version 2 tournament, I think that is the only Digivolution item that I don't have yet, the only Digivolution item that's currently missing, and if I was to win the S tournament and get a Fatal Bone, then I think I would then have all of the Digivolution items that I still need. Yeah, I think I would be there with the Digivolution items. I wouldn't be there with the Digimon themselves, because I would still need to, you know, Digivolve to Sukamon first, and give Sukamon the Digivolution item, and then Digivolve to the Digimon, and then, yeah, and then when I Digivolve to the Digimon, there's then work to be done, tournaments to compete in, techniques to learn, so there would still be, you know, work to be done. But if I can get the Fatal Bone, then that would be great, because I don't think that I would need to, you know, go after any more Digivolution items. We didn't fade away, that's good. With my discipline being quite a way adrift of the maximum, I was worried that we might have faded away on that hour, but we didn't. We didn't fade away. We're fine. Normally I wouldn't register for an S tournament, since I've already won an S tournament. You know, normally when it's just grade tournaments available, I would pick the D tournament for the quick and easy victory. But it's just the fact that I want a Fatal Bone, and the only way you can get one is by winning the S tournament. You know, there's a 1 in 3 chance of you getting a Fatal Bone, 1 in 3 chance of you getting a Metal Part, 1 in 3 chance of you getting a Mega Hand, Digivolution items that make you Digivolve to Skull Greymon, Metal Greymon, and Machinedramon. We want the one that makes you Digivolve to Skull Greymon, who happens to be in this tournament along with Metal Greymon and Machinedramon. And Machinedramon is the first Digimon that we are up against. His ice statue did a lot more damage, but Aqua Magic might put that right. And he's paralysed, whereas we are not. And he's paralysed again. We can do a bit more Aqua Magic. I don't really want to go out all guns blazing. I do want to be careful with my MP consumption. I do want to consume MP sparingly, especially for the first 2 rounds. Do we defeat him, or do we drain the clock? That is the question. Our HP will... I imagine our HP will be almost full in the second round. Our MP will be a bit adrift though. Okay, well, out of the 3 Digimon whose Digivolution items are connected to this tournament, Machinedramon is the only one we're going to be encountering. Skull Greymon and Metal Greymon have both been knocked out by other Digimon. Okay, I'm glad that he doesn't appear to have Thunderbolt. Are things about to get better or worse? Worse. Okay, well, in the final round, our HP and MP are both going to be a long way away from being full. In fact, I'm thinking that they're probably both going to be like slightly over half full. Let's hope that Etamon doesn't have Megalo Spark and Thunderbolt. Megaton Punch, that's okay. I assume that was going to be Megaton Punch as well. So far he's only used Megaton Punch. Buster Dive as well. So far just battle techniques. Or Thunderbolt. I hope he's not going to immediately respond with a finish, because that could defeat us. He's paralysed, that will help. That's great timing, and he's paralysed again, and we should be able to finish him off. Job done. And if we don't get the prize that I want, then that would really tickle my funny bone. And not in the sort of way that would make... and not in the sort of way that I would find amusing. The sort of way that I would find annoying and frustrating. So please don't tickle my funny bone. Please give me a fatal bone, or else I'll have a bone to pick with you. Metal part. Just my luck. Well, normally I would reload and try again and hope for a fatal bone instead. But the that attempt that you just saw was not my first attempt. With my first attempt, I got thrashed really badly, and I think that's probably down to my stats not being that great. And although, the first time I got thrashed really badly, probably because of my stats, so I reloaded, and, you know, that try that you saw wasn't my first try, and although I did succeed that time, it was pretty close. It was, you know, it wasn't easy, and I thought that, you know, with my stats being where they are, you know, if I was to reload and try again, then, you know, I might have a struggle with simply winning the tournament, and if I, even if I was to win, there'd be no guarantee that the prize would be a fatal bone. So instead of reloading, I decided to carry on, and it occurred to me that later into the challenge, when I Digivolve to Sukamon and Digivolve to a different Digimon, I will use the Digitamamon restaurant glitch and max out my stats, and that it would probably make more sense to enter an S tournament in pursuit of a fatal bone later into the challenge, when I've got a different Digimon and maximum stats. Yeah, at the moment my stats are like half of like the highest that they could be. If you think about, what the maximum stats are, my current stats are about half of that. And I think that if I was to be competing in an S tournament in search of a fatal bone, and if I was to be, if I was to enter the tournament and reload if I don't get a fatal bone, and keep reloading until I eventually get a fatal bone, then it would probably be better to do that with maximum stats, so that the tournament will be easier to win. So I decided to put aside trying to get the fatal bone at the moment because of my stats being where they are, and that I won't, if I was to, have another pop at trying to get the fatal bone, then it would probably be best to do it when I've got maximum stats, so that I'll win the tournament more easily, and it will be easier to reload and try again. It'll be easier to chase a fatal bone. If I, put the fatal bone aside for the time being, continue with the basic tournaments, continue with the stats that I've got, and then when I'm ready and able to Digivolve to Sukamon, I will Digivolve to Sukamon, and then either do the restaurant glitch with Sukamon as my Digimon and then Digivolve to the next Ultimate Digimon, or Digivolve to the next Ultimate Digimon first, and then do the restaurant glitch with that Digimon. Because when I Digivolve to Sukamon, my current stats will halve, and will therefore be even worse than what they currently are. And, but then, by doing the restaurant glitch, I will get my stats up to the maximum, and I think that that would be a better time to try and get a Fatal Bone from winning an S tournament. Because, you know, if it's going to be a case of win an S tournament, don't get a Fatal Bone, reload, try again, win the tournament, don't get a Fatal Bone, reload, try again, then, you know, I might end up having to win the S tournament over and over again a lot of times, and I think that it would be a lot easier to do that when I have maximum stats, instead of having stats that are about half of what the maximum is. So I didn't, you know, that's why I didn't reload and try again with the S tournament with Machinedramon, because of how much of a struggle it was just to win the tournament in the first place. Because in my first attempt I got beaten really badly, and, you know, the second attempt I did win, but, you know, it was close, it wasn't easy. And I just thought that it wasn't a good idea to pursue the S tournament there and then with my current Digimon, current stats, and current techniques. I do still have the Fatal Bone on my mind, but it's something for later, when I will have better stats. I mean, the problem isn't Machinedramon, the problem isn't his techniques, the problem is stats. And, you know, I was worried that if I was to try the tournament again, then I might just lose really badly. But with maximum stats, you know, I should be able to win the S tournament pretty easily. And having to, well, potentially having to win the tournament over and over again shouldn't be too much of an ask, if my stats are at the maximum. So yeah, just keep doing what I'm doing, continue to mess on the floor. That will add to the Virus Gorge, get us closer to our next Sukamon. That will set up our next Digivolution, and yeah, keep my current stats, and have my stats halve when Digivolve into Sukamon, then do the Digitamamon restaurant glitch again, and get my stats up to the maximum. And then I'll be more equipped to pursue a Fatal Bone. We've won the Ice Tournament and the version 0 tournament with Machinedramon as our Digimon. I don't think there's any other tournament that he can enter that we haven't already won. And seeing as we've learned all of the techniques that he's able to learn and use, I don't think Machinedramon has any further uses. I think we want to be making way for the next Digimon. And in the meantime, I will continue to enter tournaments because I want to continue to win tournaments. I want to continue to add to my number of championship wins, but it's going to be the basic tournaments that I'm going to be competing in. The lowest ranked grade tournament that is available each day. And I'm wanting Machinedramon to decline these medium recoveries because I don't want him to be taking these medium recoveries. I want him to decline them so that I can scold him. I'm trying to sort out my happiness and discipline. I have sorted out my happiness, now I'm trying to sort out my discipline, and it's not helping that he's not refusing these items. I want him to refuse the item so I can scold him. That will benefit our discipline. But at the moment he's just taking everything. Every now and then, you know, my happiness and discipline falls to the point where it's a problem, and then I need to do something about it. I think that's good for now. I know I could max out my stats with Machinedramon, but then my stats are going to go from being like half of the highest possible. Like, my stats at the moment are about half of the highest that they can possibly be. And if I was to, you know, do the restaurant glitch now, then my stats would go from being about half of the highest possible to being the highest possible, but then when Digivolve into Sukamon they would be halved again. If I just stick with the current stats and Digivolve to Sukamon, they would then be about a quarter of the maximum, you know, quarter of the most that's possible. And then the restaurant glitch would be a lot more worthwhile, because my stats would be going from being about a quarter of the highest possible to the highest possible. It would be a much bigger stat boost. It would be a lot more worthwhile. Now, today is day 30, which means no tournament, and that raises the question of how are we going to occupy ourselves today. We could just rest at the clinic and see the day through and make it through until tomorrow, and then, you know, register for whatever tournament is available. Or we could spend today trying to be productive, and seeing as our money is not at the maximum, I suppose we could go to Friesland and do the Moldjamon trick, Moldjamon money trick, where I sell medium recoveries for super defense discs and then sell the super defense discs for a neat profit. And I'm not sure why I'm going to Friesland on foot. I'm not sure why I haven't just gone to Birdramon and have her fly us to Friesland. For some reason I've chosen to do things the long way, the hard way. You know, I've chosen to go to Friesland on foot for some reason. Maybe part of me was hoping that I might spot a useful item along the way, such as like a blue apple or an ice mushroom or something. But yeah, it seems that I've chosen to go to Friesland on foot. Seems I've chosen to get to Friesland the hard way, when I easily could have just spoke to Birdramon and had Birdramon fly us to Friesland, and then I could have gone straight to the Moldjamons from there, but I chose to go through to the Digimon Bridge, to the Tropical Jungle, to the Great Canyon, to Friesland. Ice mushrooms. Well, if there was part of me that was hoping for a particular item to show up, then I would think that that part of me must be very happy, because we managed to find an ice mushroom. If our happiness and discipline starts to fall down, then we could praise our Digimon to boost our happiness at the expense of our discipline, and then give our Digimon an ice mushroom, and then hopefully our happiness and discipline would both be full, or thereabouts. Oh, you've seen me do this quite a few times during this challenge. You know the drill, you know how it works. I have 99 medium recoveries in my inventory, which get traded for 99 super defense discs, and then the 99 super defense discs get sold, and the money that we make from selling the super defense discs massively outweighs the cost of the medium recoveries. 99 medium recoveries cost 49,500 bits. 99 super defense discs sell for 198,000 bits. I think that's a profit of 148,500 bits. Obviously, if you were to have Birdramon fly you to Friesland, then there would be the additional cost of 2,000 bits. If you were to use an autopilot to return to the city, then replacing the autopilot would cost an extra 300 bits. But 148,500 minus 2,300, I think that's still... Wait, hold on. 198,000... Yeah, 148,500 minus 2,300, that's still like 146,200, so you're still making a massive profit from it. Now, with the money that I've currently got, I wouldn't have been able to have sold all of those super defense discs and gotten the money for it, because our money would have reached the maximum. It's like the amount of money that we would have made from selling those super defense discs, 198,000 bits, our total amount of money was less than 198,000 away from being full, and there wouldn't have been the opportunity to have sold all of those super defense discs and to have made the money from it, because our money would have gone to the maximum, and it would have worked out that some of the super defense discs would have been wasted. So instead of selling those super defense discs, I decided to put them into the item bank and buy back another 99 medium recoveries. I'm now returning to Friesland to trade another 99 medium recoveries for 99 super defense discs, and then when I return to the city and buy back another 99 medium recoveries, I think that my amount of money will then be more than 198,000 adrift of the maximum. I think that I will then be able to sell the super defense discs that are in my inventory, and without losing any of the money, and I'll have the other 99 super defense discs in the item bank, and they can be sold as and when I need the money. If I'm going to be doing the Digitamon restaurant glitch with my next Digimon, then that's going to cost a lot of money, and I'm sure that I will then, have room to sell the other, sell the super defense discs that are in the item bank, and still have less than the maximum amount of money. I pause here for a bit. Then I carry on, and once again it looks like I chose to the hard way of getting to Friesland, ignoring Birdramon and making my way to Friesland on foot. I mean, since there's no tournament today, I suppose we do have time on our hands, so it might not be a problem that we've chosen to get to Friesland the hard way. Still seems a bit strange though, considering how much easier it would be if I was to simply have Birdramon take us. It would only cost 2,000 bits, but we're here, and we are trading our medium recoveries, as you can see. It looks like we gained a total of 1 ice mushroom, which is great. You know, happy mushrooms, blue apples, ice mushrooms, they are great items. I think blue apples boost your happiness by a bigger extent than happy mushrooms. I think the happiness boost that you get from blue apples is bigger than the happiness boost that you get from happy mushrooms. And the discipline boost that you get from ice mushrooms is bigger than the happiness boost that you get from blue apples. But, you know, if you feed one of those items to your Digimon when they want to eat, then they do have positive effects. You know, they are good items. I think I might have miscalculated. I have a feeling that the 99 super defense discs that I put into the item bank, I could actually have sold there and then, and the money that I would have made from selling the super defense discs, at the very most, would have put my money up to the maximum, or being very close to the maximum. But I don't think that I would have lost anything if I had sold those 99 super defense discs straight away. I think I miscalculated, and because of that I'm actually going to Friesland again to trade another 99 medium recoveries. The first lot of super defense discs are to stay in the item bank, even though I could have sold them. And then the second lot of super defense discs I did sell, and now I'm going to do a third lot of training, and that will mean having 99 super defense discs in my inventory, as well as 99 super defense discs in the item bank. And I don't think I will be able to sell all of the super defense discs that are in my inventory, but I will definitely be able to sell some of them. There's no harm in leaving super defense discs in my inventory if it was to come down to it. And when I do eventually spend money, I'll have super defense discs in my inventory which I can sell, as well as super defense discs in the item bank that I can sell. And I don't regret the fact that I didn't sell the first lot of super defense discs, because even if I did get my money up to the maximum or thereabouts, I wouldn't have had any other super defense discs that would have been available for selling. But since I went about things the way that I did, it looks like I'm going to end up with maximum money, as well as having super defense discs left over, which will be used to get me money later on. I know that I'm going to be spending a lot of money at the restaurant, and the super defense discs will be able to get me back some of the money that I'm going to be losing. When we eat at the restaurant, we want the foods to boost all of our stats, HP and MP by 20, attack, defense, speed and brains by 2, and trying to remember how much money it costs for Digitamon's cheapest food item, which is the one that we use. I'm trying to think how much money it costs. I have a recollection of it possibly costing 1,000 bits. And if we were to Digivolve to Sukamon and have our stats halve, and then max out our stats with the restaurant, then our HP is going to have to go up by about 7,500. It would have to go from about 2,500 to 9,999. And if each food increases HP by 20, and we need HP to go up by 7,500, how many times would we have to eat? Trying to work it out. Eating once equals 20 HP. 10 would equal 200 HP. 100 would equal 2,000 HP. Uh, 100 would be 1,000. 200 would be 4,000. 400 would be 8,000. We would have to eat not 400 times, but it wouldn't be that much less than 400. It wouldn't be that much less than 400 times. And if it's 1,000 bits per time, then that would total to 400,000 bits, roughly. Or 7,500 divided by 20. If you divide it by 10, then that's 750. And if you divide it by 20, I think that would be half of 750, which I think is 375. So if I've worked it out correctly, we would have to eat at the restaurant about 375 times. And if I'm right that it's 1,000 bits per time, then it's going to cost about 375,000 bits to reach maximum stats from the restaurant glitch. "99 super defense discs in our inventory and in the item bank. Combined, they would sell for 396,000 bits, which would cancel out the cost of the restaurant plus a bit extra. So the amount of money that we've got now, we would have a bit more than that if we were to do the Machinedramon can compete in the Dino Cup? Yeah, if we were to Digivolve to Sukamon, have our stats halve, and then max out our stats by redoing the Digitamamon restaurant glitch, then the amount of money that we've got now, we would have a bit more than that if we were to do the restaurant glitch and spend all of the money on it and then sell all of our super defense discs afterwards. We've entered a new year. It's now year 3, day 1. There is a tournament today. We've registered for the D tournament. And I'm currently keeping Machinedramon awake against his will, which is also forcing a larger number of Digi-Seabasses out of us. And my reason for doing that is because I want to try and fill up the virus gorge more quickly. And if we keep Machinedramon awake instead of letting him sleep, then it will work out that he will end up using the toilet more, and instead of messing on the floor while awake, I'm going to have him mess on the floor during his sleep. That way our happiness and discipline won't be impacted, but he still messed on the floor. It still would have added to the virus scourge. I didn't want Machinedramon to sleep at the earliest opportunity. I wanted to try and fill up the virus scourge more, and I went about that by keeping him awake against his will until he needed the toilet again, and then letting him sleep and having him mess on the floor during his sleep, and it adding to the virus scourge. I think Champion Digimon and Ultimate Digimon roughly need the toilet every 6 hours. And if you were to keep your Digimon awake for 24 hours, then I believe that your Digimon would roughly need the toilet every 6 hours, which would roughly work out to be 4 times per day. But if you were to let your Digimon sleep when your Digimon wants to sleep, then your Digimon would sleep for a fair chunk of the day, and then it would work out that your Digimon would only need the toilet 2 or 3 times during the day. So let's say that your Digimon is 6 hours away from needing the toilet, and you put your Digimon to sleep for 12 hours. When you wake up 12 hours later, your Digimon will still be 6 hours away from needing the toilet. But if you keep your Digimon awake for those 12 hours, then 6 hours into it, your Digimon will need the toilet, and then you let your Digimon use the toilet, and then, so like on the 6th hour, 6 hours into the 12 hours, your Digimon would need the toilet, and then again 6 hours after that, and it works out that in the 12-hour period, your Digimon ends up needing the toilet twice. But it wouldn't have worked that way if you had let your Digimon sleep. Keeping your Digimon awake is how you get your Digimon to need the toilet more times in a 24-hour period. It's the fastest way to fill up the virus scourge. But in a challenge like this, you do have to balance it with the fact that extra Digi-Seabasses would be needed. I do know what Digimon I plan to use next, and I do know which nature tournament they can compete in. It is a nature tournament that we haven't yet won. I also know which version tournament they are eligible for, and it's a version tournament that we have won already, and there'll be nothing to gain as far as the version tournament is concerned. And the Digimon definitely will not qualify for the Humanoid tournament, which is the only special tournament that we are still missing. The only tournament that our next Digimon will be able to compete in, which we haven't yet won, is the nature tournament that they will be eligible for. And that means that we don't really have a great deal to gain by using the Digimon until their nature tournament is close by. And at the moment, there's no sign of the tournament. So I suppose I can choose. I can choose between staying as Machinedramon for the time being until the tournament shows up, and just win basic grade tournaments for the time being, or Digivolve to Sukamon and then Digivolve to the next Digimon, where to begin with I won't be able to compete in their nature tournament, and for the time being I would just have to compete in the basic grade tournaments until their nature tournament shows up. So, it's a case of, for the next few days, the only tournaments that we will be able to compete in are tournaments that we've already won, and we will be competing in basic grade tournaments just for the championship wins. We won't be able to compete in a new tournament until this specific nature tournament comes up. And for the time being, I can either continue with Machinedramon, or I could move on to the next Digimon. But either way, we wouldn't be making any further progress. Not with the tournaments, not for the time being. I mean, I'll still be gaining extra championship wins, but I'll be able to do that regardless of whether I'm using Machinedramon or my next Digimon. You know, I can't win a new tournament until this, until the next nature tournament is available. And suppose you could say that for the time being it doesn't really matter which Digimon I use. I will say that the next Digimon that I plan to use is one of my least favourite Ultimate Digimon. I don't like the Digimon very much. I don't consider the Digimon to be very good. So from a personal preference scale, I would rather Machinedramon. I think there's a good chance that you viewers do already know which Digimon I'm going to be using next. I mean, I have a red ruby in my inventory, an item that makes you digivolve to Phoenixmon, and when I registered for this tournament earlier today, you might have noticed that the Thunderwing tournament was on the schedule. I mean, it was not until a few days' time, but it was still on the schedule. The Thunderwing tournament is the air tournament, and that is the nature tournament that Phoenixmon would be able to compete in. So yeah, I think there's a good chance that some of you viewers do already know which Digimon I'm going to be using next. The fact that I've got a red ruby in my inventory is a hint. The fact that the Thunderwing tournament is coming up during the next few days is a hint. Phoenixmon can enter the air tournament, which needs to be done because I've not yet won that tournament. Phoenixmon can enter the version 0 tournament, but we've already won that. We won that with our current Digimon, Machinedramon, and Phoenixmon can definitely not enter the humanoid tournament. that means that the only tournament that we would need Phoenixmon for is the air tournament, but we would still need Phoenixmon because we do need to win that tournament. Even if it is just one tournament, we still need to win it. And out of the ultimate Digimon that we can get, as far as I'm concerned, Phoenixmon is the only Digimon who we will be able to get who can compete in the air tournament. As well as the air tournament, we do also still need to learn Thunderbolt, and that is another job for Phoenixmon. I worked hard to get the Virus Scourge to be within 1 of being full, and then it occurred to me that the air tournament isn't just yet, and I prefer Machinedramon to Phoenixmon, and that I would like to continue with Machinedramon until the air tournament is upon us. And when the air tournament is within touching distance, I can Digivolve to Sukamon, and then I've got a choice: either go to the restaurant with Sukamon, max out our stats, then give Sukamon the red ruby and Digivolve to Phoenixmon, or Digivolve from Machinedramon to Sukamon, then give him the red ruby and Digivolve to Phoenixmon, and then go to the restaurant with Phoenixmon and max out our stats with Phoenixmon as our Digimon. So we would end up, either way, we would end up with Phoenixmon as our Digimon and with maximum stats. But it's just a question of the order that we go about it, whether we are doing the restaurant glitch with Sukamon or with Phoenixmon. But something to bear in mind, though, is that we do need to learn Thunderbolt. I've explained that already, and if I was to try and learn Thunderbolt as Phoenixmon from the Soulmons in Greylord's Mansion, then I wouldn't be able to Digivolve from Sukamon to Phoenixmon in the city, because I wouldn't be able to enter Greylord's mansion with Phoenixmon, because Phoenixmon isn't a virus type, but Sukamon is a virus type, and I would be able to enter Greylord's mansion with Sukamon as my Digimon, and if I was to enter Greylord's mansion with Sukamon as my Digimon, then I could give him the red ruby while inside of Greylord's mansion and Digivolve to Phoenixmon, and I will then be in Greylord's mansion with Phoenixmon as my Digimon. And if I was to have not done the restaurant glitch by this point, then I would have to battle the Soulmons while having stats of about 2,500 HP and MP and 250 attack, defense, speed and brains. And so the point I'm making is that it might work out better if we do the restaurant glitch while we have Sukamon as our Digimon. Because if we were to then go to Greylord's mansion with Sukamon and Digivolve to Phoenixmon inside of Greylord's mansion, then we will have maximum stats for the Soulmon battles if we have already done the restaurant glitch by that point. But enough talk about that for the time being. We have a tournament to deal with. clearly you don't need maximum stats in order to make easy work of a D tournament. If we hadn't learned the air techniques that we had learnt when we had Muncymon as our Digimon and Piximon as our Digimon, then I suppose that we would currently have no air techniques. And when Digivolving to Phoenixmon, static electric would come free with Phoenixmon, but then we would have all of the other air techniques to learn, which I'm sure we would have been fully capable of doing, and I always knew that I would be using Phoenixmon at some point. I always knew that I would have Phoenixmon as my partner Digimon at some stage, and there would be the opportunity of learning the air techniques with her, and it would probably make the most logical sense because she has air as her first nature. She is able to learn every air technique, and, you know, being a primary air type, you know, she would have the best statistical chance of learning air techniques, you know, more so than Muncymon and Piximon. But I still chose to learn the air techniques that I learnt when I had Muncymon and Piximon, and I certainly don't regret it. I was successful with learning 7 of the 8 air techniques, and doing the work then has meant having less work ahead of me. And, you know, we will only need to learn one other air technique when we digivolve to Phoenixmon. And it's now time for your favourite part of the challenge, the part where I go to the Dragon Eye Lake and do more fishing. I'm sure you can all predict it. Catch X number of black trouts, sleep, make sure my Digimon has been fed after waking up, and then use the black trouts to catch X number of Digi-Seabasses, bringing my total of Digi-Seabasses up to 99, and then we can leave the Dragon Eye Lake while being in the best possible position that we can be in, the position of having 99 Digi-Seabasses in our inventory. This is the part where I catch black trouts. The video gets speeded up like it always does. And be grateful that the fishing does get speeded up, because if it didn't get speeded up, then these videos would be an awful lot longer. An awful lot longer. There would be a lot more of these videos. You know, the challenge would contain a lot more parts, an awful lot more parts. And the videos would also be a lot more boring, a lot more tedious, a lot more repetitive, a lot more painful to watch. For me, this challenge, you know, comes with a lot of pain, because I have to do everything at the normal speed. You know, I can speed it up for you viewers, but I can't speed it up for myself. You know, there's a lot of pain for me, and I try to reduce the amount of pain for you viewers by greatly speeding up bits like this. If I didn't speed it up, then you would be sharing my pain. I try to be considerate, I try to be thoughtful, I try my best to keep the pain to myself, and to be the only person who suffers, the only person who is in pain. I'm sure I don't keep the pain away from you entirely. I'm sure that even when things are speeded up, there's still some degree of pain. I'm sure it's still boring to an extent, tedious to an extent, repetitive to an extent, painful to an extent, but I try and keep all that stuff to a minimum. Well, for you viewers, I mean. For me, I don't really have a choice. We did have 53 Digi-Seabasses. We gave 2 to Machinedramon, reducing the number of Digi-Seabasses to 51. And we've got 48 black trouts in our inventory, enough to bring our number of Digi-Seabasses up to 99. If we have any unsuccessful catches, then we can catch extra black trouts with the meat that's in our inventory. Two Digi-Seabasses force-fed to Machinedramon, and because of that, we will hopefully be able to make it up to where we enter the tournament without needing to force feed Machinedramon any further. Hopefully we will be able to get away with only feeding him Digi-Seabasses when he wants to eat. That is up until we enter the tournament. Straight after the tournament, we will have to we would have to immediately give him a Digi-Seabass to stop him from fading away, and that will count as force feeding him. But after that, he will want to eat, and we can give him a sirloin. He will want the toilet, we can sort that out. And if he doesn't want to sleep, then he should be close to wanting to sleep. And regarding Phoenixmon, I don't like Phoenixmon. I know that Phoenixmon has some very good techniques, but I just don't like Phoenixmon as a Digimon. When she gets knocked down, it takes a long time for her to get back up. You know, she's very slow at getting back up, and you can see we have 99 Digi-Seabasses again. When Phoenixmon gets knocked down, she's very slow at getting back up. That I don't like. She's also very big, which makes her a very big target. That affects her evasion. It makes her a much easier Digimon to hit. Something like All-Range Beam is a lot more likely to hit Phoenixmon. Something like Thunderbolt is a lot more likely to hit Phoenixmon. Techniques in general are a lot more likely to hit Phoenixmon. You know, her size is a disadvantage. How slow she is at getting back up is a disadvantage. And you know, this, for me, doesn't make her a particularly user-friendly Digimon, despite the fact that she does have some very good techniques. And also, I think she's the only ultimate who doesn't have a stat boosting technique. When I say stat boosting technique, I'm talking about things like Warcry, Aqua Magic, Muscle Charge, Moss Shield, Full Power, things like that. I think Phoenixmon is the only ultimate in the game who doesn't have any stat boosting techniques. And that's another thing I don't like about her. Because, you know, when my stats are not at the maximum, I do like to use stat boosting techniques. And I don't think Phoenixmon has a stat boosting technique, and I think she's the only ultimate who doesn't. I mean, sure, she can learn every air technique. That means Thunderbolt, Megalospark. I think she can also I think she can also use Meltdown and possibly Prominence Beam as well. You know, good techniques, but I just don't like her because of the disadvantages that I've laid out. I mean, if you get knocked down and you're fast at getting back up, you can quickly hit back. But then if you get knocked down and you're really slow at getting back up, then very often by the time you do get back up, your Digimon, the opposing Digimon, is then ready to attack again, and it just makes it harder for you to get the opportunity to attack. When a Digimon attacks you and knocks you over, regardless of how high their speed is, you know, usually there is a pause before they like ready their next attack. And if you're fast at getting back up, then you can get back up before they are ready to use their next attack or start to use their next attack, and it gives you the chance to attack them. But if you're really slow at getting back up like Phoenixmon is, then it gives them more time to get ready for their next attack, and the moment you get back up, they might like hit you again and knock you down again. I think that this is a game where being smaller works out better than being bigger, because being smaller makes you harder to hit. It makes you a smaller target. It makes you more evasive. It helps you to avoid attacks. I entered this tournament with Sukamon needing the toilet, and with the Virus Scourge being just one away from being full. Once I come out of the tournament, Machinedramon is going to mess on the floor. That's going to fill up the Virus Scourge, and then we are going to Digivolve to Sukamon. I'm seeing if I can get Sukamon to eat the piece of shit that Machinedramon just laid. And I wasn't able to get to it because I kept going beyond the threshold. I kept going as far as I could go before it triggered the bit where Greymon spoke to us and informed us that we haven't registered for a tournament. You know, the piece of shit was not within range, but we're going to clear up what we can clear up, because the city is a prettier place when it's not covered in shit. And I did enter a D tournament. I'm not necessarily going to compete in that tournament with Sukamon as my Digimon. But I chose to enter it anyway, just in case. Because I don't know how much luck I'm going to have with the restaurant. You know, let's say that I was to end up in a position where by the time that I Digivolve to Phoenixmon, it's past 9 AM, past the last point in which we can register for a tournament. I would miss out on a tournament if I haven't already registered for a tournament. By registering for a tournament as Sukamon, you know, worst case scenario, if I've still got Sukamon by the stage in which it would be too late to register for a tournament on that day, at least I will still be able to enter the tournament with Sukamon. Really, it depends on our luck. It depends on how things go. You remember roughly what our stats were when we had Machinedramon, and our stats are now half of that because we've Digivolved to Sukamon. And I want to do something about that, and I'm not going to do something about it by training. I'm only training to pass the time, waiting for Sukamon's appetite to kick in like it did, and now I'm going to try to get Digitamamon to show up at the restaurant, and I'm going to try to get lucky and have his foods boost all of our stats and not just half of them, and then re-max out on stats as a result of it. Okay, Digitamamon is here. That's every stat. That's still every stat. That's still every stat. It's good news. We can max out on stats. You know, the food is boosting all of our stats. We are able to max out on stats. We can keep eating until we get all of our stats up to the maximum, and that's what we are going to be doing. As we first maxed out on our stats when we had Muncymon as our Digimon, and then they were about half of that when we had Metal Greymon as our Digimon, and then they halved again when we had, well, in between having Sukamon and having Piximon, but we then re-maxed out our stats when we had Sukamon before Digivolving to Piximon, and then our stats, okay, our stats are at the maximum again. Then our stats halved when we went from Piximon to Machinedramon, and then they halved again now in between having Sukamon and Phoenixmon. But we have re-maxed out our stats ahead of having Phoenixmon as our Digimon. we've got max stats here onwards. Max stats with Sukamon. We are going to have maxed stats with Phoenixmon, and we are going to have max stats until we Digivolve to Sukamon again, which is going to happen. With max stats, it will be a golden opportunity for us to think about trying to win the S tournament and trying to get a Fatal Bone as the prize and have Skull Greymon's Digivolution item ready. As you know, we might have to win the S tournament multiple times. We might have to, reload and try again multiple times due to the prize not being a Fatal Bone. And we would want to, breeze through the S tournament as quickly and as easily as possible. And one of the best ways for that to happen is by having maximum stats, as well as having good techniques available to you. And if we can have Phoenixmon with maximum stats and techniques like Thunderbolt and Megalospark, then I think that would be as good a chance as any to win an S tournament quickly and easily, and re-win it and keep re-winning it until we get the prize that we want. Phoenixmon is not the last ultimate that we are going to have. There are going to be other ultimates, and that will mean other opportunities to pursue the S tournament, pursue the Fatal Bone. I'm just drawing attention to the fact that our stats are at the maximum as we speak. Out the way, my Otismon. Out the way. Now, we've come to Greylord's mansion to try and learn Thunderbolt. Learn it from the Soulmons in this room that we have just entered. Sukamon is not capable of learning or using Thunderbolt, but by giving him a red ruby, we are going to Digivolve to Phoenixmon, a Digimon who can learn Thunderbolt, and will have the chance of learning it by battling these Soulmons. Phoenixmon cannot naturally enter Greylord's Mansion. That's why we couldn't Digivolve to Phoenixmon outside of Greylord's Mansion, because she wouldn't have been able to have entered Greylord's Mansion. But by entering Greylord's Mansion with Sukamon, we have been able to Digivolve to Phoenixmon while already being inside of Greylord's Mansion. And that means that we are now inside of Greylord's Mansion with Phoenixmon, even though you're not meant to be able to. And now we battle these Soulmons, trying to learn Thunderbolt. There it is. And obviously the thought of learning Thunderbolt on our first try was too good to be true, but that's not going to stop us from trying again. We have Air as our first nature, and that means that we've got the best possible chance of learning Thunderbolt. A better chance than a Digimon who has Air as their second nature or third nature. A Digimon who has Air as their third nature probably can't learn Thunderbolt. With our defense being at the maximum, there's no chance of the Soulmons doing any damage to us. Even Thunderbolt is only doing 1 damage. And due to our attack being at the maximum, it's taken just 2 Megalo Sparks to defeat each Soulmon. no joy so far, but I don't think we need to get worried. I imagine we've probably got about a 15% chance of learning Thunderbolt from each battle. That's roughly, what, 1 in 6, 1 in 7? So, you know, it's... So far, it's understandable that we haven't learnt it yet. Statistically, it should take about 6 or 7 battles. Never mind that though, we've learned Thunderbolt. And with that, we now have every air technique. We have mastered every air technique, along with every battle technique, every machine technique, every earth technique, every ice technique, and every filth technique. All that we are left with now is the fire techniques. All that we have left to master. The only nature where we still have techniques left to learn is fire. Okay, we've got the air tournament tomorrow. Now, where I got a bit fixated on the restaurant and maxing our stats and going to Greylord's mansion and learning Thunderbolt, I ended up missing out on the tournament today. It wasn't an exclusive tournament. I believe it was just a grade tournament. So we haven't missed out on anything exclusive, but we have still missed out on the extra championship win, and that does mean that if we are to reach 100 championship wins, then we are going to be 1 day later with it, because I missed out on a tournament today. Yeah, we're going to be 1 championship win behind what we would have been if we had entered and won a tournament today. But I got distracted, I got focused on other things, and I ended up missing out on a tournament as a result of it. But at least it was only a grade tournament, a tournament that we had already won before, a tournament that we were solely doing for the championship win only, you know, at least we didn't miss out on an exclusive tournament where the damage would have been a lot bigger. The important tournament is tomorrow. The air tournament is tomorrow. We have registered for it and we will be able to enter it tomorrow, and then we will be able to add the air tournament to the list of nature tournaments that we have already won. Our virus gorge is empty since we very recently digivolved to Sukamon. That emptied out our virus gorge, and we need to fill it up again because we will need to digivolve from Phoenixmon to Sukamon. Yeah, we're going to need another Sukamon because we are going to... Well, firstly, we will at some point need Sukamon for the Filth tournament because we still haven't won the Filth tournament. And as well as that, we also need Sukamon every time we want to move on to a different Ultimate Digimon. An Ultimate Digimon who we are able to get, an Ultimate Digimon who we have the Digivolution item for. So for as long as we have the need of different Ultimate Digimon ahead of us, we are going to have a need for Sukamon. And for as long as we need Sukamon, we are going to need to be filling up that virus gorge, which is going to happen by having our Digimon mess on the floor. So we have gone back to needing to mess on the floor. So regarding learning techniques, all that's left is fire. As for tournaments, again there's fire, but then there's also filth and also air. I mean, I know that we are about to enter the air tournament, but at the moment there's air and filth as well as fire. And there's version 2, and there's humanoid. feel like we are the majority of the way there with the tournaments. I feel like there's more tournaments that we've won than we haven't won. With the grade tournaments, we've done 5 out of 5. Version tournaments, we've done 4 out of 5. Special tournaments, we've done 3 out of 4. Nature tournaments, I think after this it will be 5 out of 7. So we are comfortably in the majority. You know, we are comfortably the majority of the way there with the tournaments, and we are definitely most of the way there with the techniques. You know, 6 of the 7 natures have all been fully mastered as far as techniques are concerned. And if we see it as natures, then we are like, then we're like 6 out of 7. And if we see it as individual techniques, then I think we are 51 out of 56. Because 7 natures, all with 8 techniques, that's 56 in total. And I believe we're just missing 5 fire techniques. So that's 51 out of 56. You can certainly do serious damage with Thunderbolt. And that is the end of that tournament. No complaints at all with how that tournament went. And with Thunderbolt learned, and with the air tournament complete, I suppose Phoenixmon's usefulness has very quickly come to an end. I don't believe there's anything else that Phoenixmon is now needed for. So, you know, so soon after Digivolving to Phoenixmon, we now have nothing further to do with Phoenixmon, and already we find ourselves wanting to make way for the next Digimon as soon as possible. That's going to take time, because it's going to take time to fill up the virus scourge, but it's not going to be time wasted, because we are going to spend the time winning tournaments and increasing our number of championship wins. We still need to get to 100 championship wins, and I imagine we're probably only about halfway with that. As you would have noticed, I registered for the S tournament, and that is because I would like to take another shot at trying to win a Fatal Bone, and I'm going to try and do that with Phoenixmon as my Digimon. I registered for the S tournament because I'm going to try and win the S tournament and win a Fatal Bone as the prize. We have maximum stats. We have Thunderbolt, Megalospark, Meltdown. So, you know, we've got a variety of techniques available to us as well as maximum stats. And I did say that when I tried with Machinedramon, I thought that it would be best to try again when I've got maximum stats, and that is the case at the moment. I've got maximum stats, and surely now is as good a time as any to try and get the Fatal Bone, even if we are using a Digimon who I've openly confessed to not being very fond of. I would hope that the stats that we've got and the techniques that we've got will be enough for us to comfortably win the S tournament, despite the fact that I don't think that Phoenixmon is all that great. I feel that Phoenixmon and Digitamamon have got to be the two worst ultimate Digimon. I explained, you know, my reasons for not liking Phoenixmon, and but Digitamamon, I mean, like with Phoenixmon, when Digitamamon gets knocked down, it takes him a long time to get back up. Also, when Digitamamon blocks an attack, his blocking animation is very slow. When it comes to general movement, he's very slow. Yeah, that affects his ability to attack, as well as his ability to avoid attacks. And his finish has a 50% chance of hitting him instead of the opposing Digimon. My conclusion is that Phoenixmon and Digitamamon, in my opinion, are two of the less user-friendly Digimon in this challenge. You know, I can't claim to like either of them, and I don't like it when I'm forced to use them. And this is... well, this challenge is such a scenario. Isn't this S tournament the same as the other one I had? Me against Machinedramon in the first round, and then Metal Greymon getting knocked out by Etamon in the first round, and then Etamon having Skull Greymon in the second round. Yeah, me having Digitamon in the second round, and then Etamon in the final. Machinedramon seems to have the same attacks as well. It's going badly so far, but I'm still confident. Now's our chance. Got victory in the bag. I don't think this finish is going to make a tremendous amount of difference. And we can return the compliment by using a finish of our own. And it did over 4,000 damage. Now this S tournament looks to be the same as the other S tournaments regarding the Digimon. And who wins and loses out of those Digimon and who I end up being faced with. And I hope that doesn't mean that the prize is going to be the same, because last time it was metal parts, and I don't want that. I want a fatal bone. Well, the techniques that Digitamon is using are different this time. So I hope that means that the prize can be different. Having the final against Etamon, like the Machinedramon before us. Tournament 1, and don't forget that is, you know, another championship win for us. But my focus is on what the prize item is going to be. I'm hoping that we have good news ahead of us. We do have good news ahead of us. Fatal Bone it is. But it did take more than one try, though. You know, that wasn't my first attempt. My first attempt ended with me winning the tournament, but getting a prize that was different to a Fatal Bone. And me then reloading and doing the tournament again, and that time we did get the item that I was after. We do now have access to Skull Greymon. We do now have access to all of the Digimon who I still need. Every Digimon who I need, I have access to. Sukamon, I've got access to him by filling up the Virus Gorge. The other Ultimate Digimon, I've got access to them via Digivolution items. I think I've got 2 of the Digivolution items in the item bank, and 1 of them in my inventory, and that means that there are 3 other Ultimate Digimon who I need, plus Sukamon as well, of course. If I think about it, we've already had Muncymon, Metal Greymon, Piximon, Machinedramon. We've currently got Phoenixmon. And I think there are 3 Ultimate Digimon to come. But since we've already had 4 Ultimate Digimon, and we're currently on our 5th, surely we are more than half of the way with the Digimon. I think more than half of the way with the Digimon, and a lot more than halfway with the techniques, and quite a bit more than halfway with the individual tournaments, and probably a bit more than halfway with the championship wins. As for the 10-year medal, well, if we are going to get that, then we are a lot less than halfway. I think it's early days of year 3, and in which case that means that we've been going for not much more than 2 years. 2 years is just a fifth of the way there. When you account for the few extra days that we've done, we're probably somewhere between like a fifth of the way there and a quarter of the way there. I'm not entirely sure which Digimon to use next out of the Digimon that I need. Yeah, when I move on from Phoenixmon to the next Digimon, even though there are, you know, a few Digimon lined up, I'm not entirely sure which one to use next. I suppose some of it might depend on the tournaments that are available. It's like when I digivolve from Phoenixmon to Sukamon, I suppose that, you know, what I do next could depend on the upcoming tournaments, you know, which tournaments are coming up. I mean, if the next significant tournament is the Filth Cup, then I suppose it would make the most sense to hold on to Sukamon initially and, you know, register for the Filth tournament, and if successful with the Filth tournament, you know, then move on to the Ultimate Digimon and, you know, decide you know, which Ultimate Digimon that should be. And when I digivolve to Sukamon, if the next significant tournament isn't the Filth tournament, and instead it's a tournament connected to one of the Ultimate Digimon, then maybe put the Filth tournament aside and you know, Digivolve straight from Sukamon to the next ultimate Digimon. As well as the tournaments though, another thing to bear in mind is techniques. We still don't have every fire technique, and those fire techniques are the only techniques that we are missing, and that would give value to the Digimon who we can learn the fire techniques with, because as well as making progress with tournaments, we would also be able to make progress with techniques, and those fire techniques that we are missing, those are the only techniques standing between us and our medal for mastering every technique. Okay, so there's no back dimension at the moment. You know, although we're close to having the medal for mastering every technique, we don't have it yet, and the reason why we don't have it is because of the fire techniques that we are missing, and you know, learning those fire techniques, those last few techniques, that would result in us finally getting the medal for learning every technique. And it just means that the Digimon who we would be able to learn those techniques with would have more than one useful purpose. It wouldn't just be about what tournaments they can enter, it would also be about techniques that they can learn. I suppose all we can do really is just play it by ear. Just see what happens, see what's available to us, and make our decision based on what we think is the best thing to do at the time. Considering our Digimon is 68, we must have won at least 50 tournaments by now. Because we've entered a tournament virtually every day since we were about 10. I know I missed a tournament just recently when Digivolving into Phoenixmon, and also on day 30 of each year. But even accounting for that, we must have at least 50 championship wins by now. Maybe between 50 and 55, if I was to take a guess. Tentamon. If only you were a recruitable Digimon. Oh, Tamamon. Are you going to present me with childish name-calling again? I'll take that as a no. Now, with 5 of the nature tournaments won already, there's no prize for guessing which Digimon I'm going to be using for the Filth tournament, since I've already told you which Digimon I'm going to be using, and the fact that he's featured in this challenge several times already. There's also no prize for guessing which Digimon I'm going to be using for the Fire tournament, who's also the same Digimon that I'm going to be using for learning the rest of the fire techniques, seeing as his Digivolution item is in my inventory as we speak. There's no prize for guessing which Digimon I'm going to be competing. There's no prize for guessing which Digimon I'm going to be using for the version 2 tournament, seeing as I've already told you which Digimon I plan to use. And lastly, there's no prize for guessing which Digimon I plan to use for the human tournament, considering his Digivolution item is in the item bank. Earlier in the challenge, you know, it might have been a lot harder to have worked it out. I mean, especially at the very start of the challenge, when I had just Agumon as my Digimon. But, you know, as the challenge has developed and you've, you know, gotten a feel for the challenge and gotten to see how I, you know, go about things, I imagine it's gradually become easier and easier to suss me out you know, suss out what my plans are, suss out, you know, what I plan to do, what Digimon I plan to do, and what I plan to do with those Digimon, and there's still no back dimension. I will continue to check on it. I would like the benefit of a chain melon. It's also fun to battle Machinedramon, or at least for me it is. Not to mention that there are sometimes items at the back dimension which can either be used or sold depending on the preference of the player. In this instance, the player is myself. I'm just trying to think how many ultimate Digimon I've used so far, and how many ultimate Digimon I'm going to use in total. Because we had Muncymon first, followed by Metal Greymon, followed by Piximon, followed by Megasedramon, followed by Phoenixmon. That's if I'm remembering rightly. And there are, I think, 3 more Ultimate Digimon who I plan to use. And that would mean a total of 8 Ultimate Digimon who I will end up using in this challenge. I've had just 1 rookie Digimon, the rookie Digimon who I started with, Agumon, and I think I've had just 2 champion Digimon, Numamon, the Digimon that Agumon digivolved into, the Digimon who ended up digivolving to Muncymon, and then Sukamon, the Digimon who I've had each time of going from one ultimate Digimon to a different ultimate Digimon. Sukamon has come in between the Digivolutions every time, and he's going to continue to come in between them. How would Palmon like to be roasted with Meltdown? That's what we like to see. Digimon. We could roast him with Meltdown, or we could roast him with one of our electric attacks. Meltdown and Thunderbolt have both got a very good chance of beating him in one. Megalospark, possibly. Narrowly survived, and now we've got to wait till the paralysis ends. Megalospark would have defeated him in one. In which case, Thunderbolt definitely would have done. But I think it would have constituted overkill. Okay, there's a Filth tournament on day 14. Ah, 60 championship wins. That's not bad going at all. There I was saying about it being between 50 and 55, but it's better than that, it's 60. As I was saying, there's a Filth tournament on day 14. And that raises the question of, will we have Sukamon by then? Ah, so the back dimension is now available. Well, earlier today he didn't mention anything about it, but now it seems that the back dimension is available after all. Day 14, Filth Cup is available. We already have every Filth technique. Will we be able to get Sukamon in time ahead of the tournament? Will we be able to get Sukamon? Will we be able to mess on the floor enough times in order to fill up the Virus Gorge and have Sukamon as our Digimon ahead of the Filth tournament on day 14? Maybe, maybe not. But if we can get Sukamon in time, then we will have reasonable stats. Our HP and MP will be about 5,000. Our attack, defense, speed and brains will be about 500. And we will have every technique that Sukamon will be able to use. We will have every Filth technique. So we would be in a position where we would enter the tournament quite well off with stats and very well off with techniques, as well off as you could possibly be. Well, we'll just have to see how it goes. But we could have the option of competing in the Filth tournament on day 14 of this year with Sukamon as our Digimon, ahead of Digivolving to the next Ultimate Digimon that I'm planning on using, where we will be able to make further progress with that Digimon. At the moment I'm heading for the back dimension. I tried Greylord's Mansion first, no joy there. I'm moving on to the Ogre Fortress. Either the back dimension will be at the Ogre Fortress and we will be able to proceed from there, or the back dimension won't be at the Ogre Fortress, and in which case it will be at the Ice Sanctuary and we can make our way to the Ice Sanctuary from the Ogre Fortress, and the back dimension will be ours to explore. Machinedramon will be ours to battle. Chain Melon will be ours to eat. It's not like we're wasting time. The tournament isn't available yet. And if we were in the city, then we would just be passing the time by resting. But instead of that, we are looking for the back dimension. Here it is. And we can use this time to defeat Machinedramon and get a Chain Melon. And the items have respawned. The Chain Melon doesn't just have the benefit of extending our lifespan by a day and saving us the trouble of having to use sea basses for that day. And it does also have the benefit of greatly boosting happiness, greatly reducing tiredness, and I'm not sure if it affects discipline. Tekamon, how badly do you want to get your ass kicked? If you had just moved out of the way, I wouldn't have had to have hurt you. With maximum stats, and with Thunderbolt, and with the type advantage that we are going to have against Machinedramon from using Thunderbolt against him, it's possible that we could do some very serious damage against Machinedramon. We didn't have to hurt Tankmon because we managed to avoid him, which was what I wanted to do with Tekamon, but Tekamon seemed to have other ideas. Why are you continuing to do full power? Your stats are at the maximum already. Full power was worth it to begin with, because your stats weren't at the maximum. It wasn't long before they were. Full power then became futile, pointless, worthless. Right, let's finish with a finish. Let's go out with a bang.